Chapter 331. Dragon Rebel / After learning that Zhuan was actually a perfect third-grade arcana master, Guyu Tian and the other two's eyes lit up again. They knew that they were saved this time. Let's go. To the Zhuan Manor. With that, Guyu Tian and the other two followed Zhua Xiangding into the city. They couldn't stay here for long. Once General Fei Long completely defeated the giant golden dragon, they would really be in trouble. They were as weak as ants in front of a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Die, all of you. General Fei Long, who was fighting fiercely with the giant golden dragon, also noticed that Zhua Xiangding and the other three were preparing to escape. He coldly snorted and reached out with his right hand, intending to use Yuan energy to stop Zhua Xiangding and the other three. However, the giant golden dragon had already received Zhua Xiangding's order. It fiercely pounced towards General Fei Long, its large mouth viciously biting at General Fei Long's outstretched arm. Oh, damn it. Then let's deal with this puppet first. We'll deal with those ants later. In the face of the giant golden dragon's attack, General Fei Long could only slowly retract his outstretched right arm. With a sidestep, he dodged the dragon's bite. Then he swung his large blade and directly chopped at the dragon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sparks burst out, but the surface of the giant dragon remained unscathed. However, the tremendous force caused the giant golden dragon to plummet downwards. With a loud rumble, the giant dragon's huge body smashed a huge crater into the ground. Looking down at the undying giant golden dragon, the desire in General Fei Long's eyes grew even more intense. He must obtain such a sturdy puppet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While General Fei Long was fighting fiercely with the giant golden dragon, Zhua Xiangding, Guyu Tian, and the other two had already entered Rattan Armor City. At this moment, Guyu Tian's expression was rather calm as he said, "Second brother, quickly go to the city lord's mansion and gather some of the outstanding disciples and enter the Zhuan Manor together. Also, evacuate the others. Run as far as you can." "Big brother, understand." Gulai nodded his head and immediately disappeared from where he was, heading towards the city lord's mansion to gather the disciples. After all, the outstanding disciples were the foundation of the city lord's mansion. "Xinr, go and evacuate the commoners in the city. Tell them to leave Rattan Armor City as soon as possible. This old man is afraid that General Fei Long won't even let the commoners off." Guyu Tian instructed Gu Xin. Gu Xin nodded her head and rushed towards the crowded areas in the city without hesitation. After all, even the commoners had seen the battle just now. In fact, without Gu Xion's instructions, the commoners had already formed groups and ran out of the city. This saved Gu Xion a lot of effort. "Zhua family head, I'll have to trouble you from now on. I hope that you can activate the defensive array in the Zhuan Manor. I hope that our Rattan Armor City can escape this calamity." Guyu Tian looked apologetically at Zhua Xiangding beside him and said, "Lord Gu, why are you so polite? Rattan Armor City is also the foothold of our Zhuan Manor. In the face of danger, we naturally need to work together. Moreover, Zhuan is currently trying to break through to the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm. We only need to wait for Zhuan to come out of seclusion. At that time, there will be hope for our Rattan Armor City." Zhua Xiangding shook his head. As they spoke, the two of them quickly arrived at the Zhuan Manor. At this moment, many people in the Zhuan Manor were panicking because of the battle just now, especially when they found out that there was still a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert outside. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Master! Master! After Xiangding helped Guyu Tian into the Zhuan Manor, many of the clan members gathered at the training grounds had respectful expressions on their faces. The originally panicked people also became more orderly because of Zhua Xiangding's return. Among them, Zhuan's eldest uncle Zhua Baitian and second uncle Zhua Dingtian stepped forward and asked with puzzled expressions, "Father, where did that expert come from? Why did he attack our Rattan Armor City?" "That person is called General Fei Long. He is the culprit behind the recent massacre of many low-grade cities." "Eldest brother, second brother, Hurry up and activate the defensive Yuan formation set up by Zhuan. General Fei Long will be coming in soon. Zhuo Xiangding said with an extremely serious expression. Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian were shocked when they heard this. The two of them naturally knew about the massacre of dozens of low-grade cities around Rotan Armor City. They knew that the situation this time was critical. We will activate the defensive Yuan formation right now. Zhuo Dingtian and Zhuo Baitian looked at each other and hurriedly entered the inner courtyard to activate the Yuan formation. Not long after, Gu Lai and Gu Xian led the outstanding disciples of the City Lord Manor to the Zhuo Manor. The defensive Yuan formation within the Zhuo Manor was also activated. Sizzle, sizzle. A strange sound rang out. The area within a few miles of the Zhuo residence was completely covered by a layer of colorful energy barrier. This layer of energy barrier was like a rainbow that constantly changed colors. The people outside could not see the situation within the energy barrier, but the people inside could clearly see what was happening outside. What a powerful defensive Yuan formation. It is much stronger than our city defense formation. Staring at the colorful energy shield, Guyu Tian's face revealed a trace of amazement. He could feel the powerful aura emitted by this defensive elemental formation. This aura far surpassed the original defensive elemental formation of Rotan Armor City. Boom! Outside the city, General Fei Long clenched his right hand and once again struck the body of the giant golden dragon, slamming it into the ground from the sky. Roar! The giant golden dragon let out a sorrowful cry and instantly disintegrated into 108 heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' puppets. However, these puppets had dull eyes and were motionless. It was obvious that the energy in their bodies had been exhausted. I've finally exhausted all of this big guy's energy. General Fei Long gently wiped away the sweat on his forehead and sighed. The giant golden dragon formed by the puppets was just too durable. No matter how hard he struck, he could not break its body that was as hard as steel. Only an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator could completely destroy this puppet. Although I spent a lot of effort, it was worth it to be able to obtain such a powerful puppet. With a wave of his right hand, General Fei Long collected the puppets that had exhausted their energy. He knew that as long as he refined them again and provided a certain amount of Emperor energy pills, these puppets would be able to function again. Moreover, they would all listen to his orders. Next, I should take care of Rotan Armor City, especially that young man called Zhuan. I must find him. After completing this mission, the second prince will probably reward me handsomely with resources. After taking care of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' puppets, General Fei Long looked at Rotan Armor City in front of him. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he entered the city in a flash. The streets inside were empty. Many commoners had long since fled the city. However, General Fei Long's target was not the commoners, but the governor's mansion in Zhuan of the Zhuo Mansion. The governor's mansion is empty? General Fei Long frowned as he searched the sky above the city lord's mansion, only to discover that there was not a single person in the huge city lord's mansion. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Zhuo Mansion. There are so many cultivators. Looks like many people are hiding in the Zhuo Mansion. When he looked over, General Fei Long also noticed the defensive Yuan formation above the Zhuo Mansion. His eyes narrowed. There's actually a defensive Yuan formation? But so what if there's a defensive Yuan formation? I'll break it all the same. With a cold snort, General Fei Long took a step into the air and arrived above the Zhuo Mansion in an instant. He held a long saber in his hand as he stared coldly at everyone in the Zhuo Mansion. He's here. General Fei Long is here. Heavens! This guy actually took care of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' puppets so quickly. How powerful! This guy is definitely much stronger than the average ultimate half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone who was hiding within the defensive Yuan formation lifted their heads to look at General Fei Long, who was standing in the sky. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. After all, The commotion caused by the battle between General Fei Long and the Heavenly Dipper Earth Demon Puppet was extremely huge. Everyone had clearly witnessed it. Hence, they clearly understood just how frightening General Fei Long was. Today, all of you will die. Break. Reverse Dragon Slash. With a cold snort, General Fei Long lifted his saber and slashed at the air. Yuan power poured out from his palm like a tidal wave and poured into the saber. In an instant, a gigantic saber shadow that was several hundred feet long appeared above the 3 feet long saber. A huge flying dragon coiled around the saber shadow and constantly roared downwards. The surrounding space even began to distort and collapse. What a powerful attack! Can this defensive Yuan formation withstand it? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at General Fei Long's terrifying saber shadow. They finally felt that General Fei Long was a little too terrifying. Even Zhua Xiangding and Guyu Tian were extremely nervous. After all, General Fei Long had given them a feeling that he was a little too powerful. The defensive Yuan formation in front of them was indeed powerful, but the two of them had no idea if it could withstand General Fei Long's attack. Rumble. The powerful saber shadow was like a shooting star that streaked across the starry sky. It violently traversed through the air and violently slammed into the defensive Yuan formation. In an instant, countless black holes appeared at the intersection of the saber shadow and the energy barrier. The space in that area actually collapsed at this moment. A violent explosion suddenly rang out, following which the entire Zhuo mansion trembled. The ground shook and the mountain swayed. All the fighters who were hiding inside revealed looks of panic on their faces. After the violent tremors subsided, everyone realized that although the defensive Yuan formation in the sky had dimmed a little, it did not break at all. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. As expected of the defensive Yuan formation set up by Zhuowen. It can actually block such a powerful attack. At this moment, everyone in the Zhuo mansion cheered. They knew that since General Fei Long could not break the defensive Yuan formation, it meant that they were now very safe. You've underestimated my reverse dragon slash. My strongest move is not the saber shadow. In the sky, General Fei Long's face instantly revealed a mocking sneer. Then he continued, the strongest move is the dragon shadow that is above the saber shadow. After he finished speaking, a dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The dragon shadow above the saber shadow violently slammed into the defensive Yuan formation. The powerful destructive force exploded into a 5-colored brilliance in midair. Crack. Chapter 332. Zhuowen exits seclusion. Everyone in the Zhuo mansion stared at the defensive Yuan array in the sky, which had already begun to crack. Their pupils shrank to the size of needles. It's actually broken. How can General Fei Long be so strong? How is this possible? This is a defensive Yuan array set up by a perfect grade 3 Arcana Master. How can it be broken so easily? It's over. We're really done for this time. Everyone fell into despair as they stared at the cracks on the defensive Yuan array. Rumble. In the end, the cracks on the surface of the defensive Yuan array continued to expand. In the end, they covered the entire surface of the defensive Yuan array. Then, a sound similar to glass shattering could be heard, following which the colorful defensive Yuan array was turned into fine powder in front of everyone's eyes. Can a mere 3rd grade origin formation really stop this general's footsteps? You're all too naive. General Fei Long laughed wantonly. Then, he looked down and said, however, I'll give you all a chance. Hand over that little brat Zhuowen, and I'll be merciful and let you all go. General Fei Long was in a good mood after obtaining the Tiangang earthly fiend puppet. Back then, LV Yongsheng had only asked him to capture Zhuowen alive. As for massacring the city, it was just a matter of convenience. However, now that General Fei Long was in a good mood, he could let go of these people who were like ants in his eyes. You're really here for Zhuowen. However, if you want us to hand over Zhuowen, don't even think about it. Even if you slaughter the entire Zhuo family, we won't hand over Zhuowen. Zhuo Xiangding took a step forward and stared fearlessly at General Fei Long in the sky as he replied coldly, "That's right. You want us to hand over Zhuowen? No way. Zhuowen is the pride of our Zhuo family. Even if you kill us, don't even think about finding out where Zhuowen is." Immediately, one by one, the members of the Zhuo family followed Zhuo Xiangding and stepped forward. They looked fearlessly at General Fei Long in the sky, their faces filled with the determination to face death. Every member of the Zhuo family knew that the reason why the Zhuo family could develop so quickly was because of Zhuowen. Zhuowen was their pride, their hope, and the backbone of the entire Zhuo family. Even if everyone in the Zhuo family died, they would not let a genius like Zhuowen fall because of them. What bunch of ants that don't know life from death. Since you dare to reject this general, then all of you can die. General Fei Long's eyes narrowed and were filled with a deep chill. He suddenly pressed down with his right hand, and the yuan qi around his body transformed into a giant palm that viciously pressed downwards. Zhuo Xiangding and the numerous members of the Zhuo family behind him calmly looked at the descending yuan qi palm. Not a single one of them cowered or retreated. They were already prepared to die. They knew very well that it didn't matter if they died. As long as Zhuowen didn't die, the Zhuo family would still be able to rise. They all believed that Zhuowen had the potential and talent to do so. Bang! Just as the giant yuan qi palm was about 3 meters away from Zhuo Xiangding and the others, a blood-red shadow suddenly burst out from the depths of the Zhuo family. Its speed was almost unimaginable, and in the blink of an eye, it slammed into the yuan qi palm. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion sounded. Under the attack of the blood-red shadow, the surging yuan qi palm actually crumbled into nothingness. Who is it? General Fei Long's pupils shrank as he looked at the crumbling yuan qi palm. It was only then that he saw that the blood-red shadow was actually a long blood-red spear that was about 3 meters long. "It's me, your old man." A clear voice suddenly burst out from the depths of the Zhuo family. Then, a slender figure stepped through the air and arrived above the Zhuo family in an instant. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the blood-red spear that was hovering in midair. He stared indifferently at General Fei Long, half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. I never thought that the Zhuo family would be hiding a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, he's so young. Who are you? General Fei Long narrowed his eyes as he stared at the young man who was stepping through the air. He asked in a somewhat serious tone. Although a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert had yet to truly step into the Ultimate Emperor Realm, he could already walk through the air for a short period of time. However, there was still a gap between him and a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert who could walk through the air as if it were flat ground. The young man in front of him didn't conceal his aura at all. The unique aura of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert emanated from his body, forming countless tiny whirlpools that spun around him. "Didn't I say that I'm your old man? I'm your father. Are you deaf just now? Or did you just ignore your father's words?" The person who had appeared in the air was none other than Zhuowen. At this moment, he was staring at General Fei Long with eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. He had clearly sensed that General Fei Long really wanted to kill Zhuo Xiangding and the others. Zhuowen, huh? Zhuowen broke through in the end. "It looks like we're saved." Excited shouts suddenly rang out from below. Everyone's gazes were fervently fixed on the not-so-burly figure in the sky. Zhuowen really did break through and reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. Gu Exin, who was standing behind Gu Tian, felt the most conflicted as he stared at the figure in the air. The young man who hadn't attracted his attention in the past had not only done many shocking things, but now he could only look up to him. General Fei Long's expression darkened when he heard Zhuowen's sharp words. Based on the discussions below, he knew that the young man in front of him was the reason he'd come to Rotan Armor City. He was also the person that Second Prince LV Yongsheng wanted him to capture alive. Why is this young man called Zhuowen so strange? He was clearly born in a low-level city, but he's already a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, he's not even 20 years old. This guy, his talent is a little too terrifying, isn't it? General Fei Long couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Zhuowen and associated it with the young man's age and birthplace. If this young man had the resources of the House of Marquis Qin, wouldn't he have reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm a long time ago? Since we've already incurred the wrath of such a monstrous genius, we must nip him in the bud. Otherwise, he'll definitely be a huge problem once he matures. General Fei Long slowly raised his Dragon Slayer's saber and pointed the sharp blade at Zhuowen's forehead. He said coldly, "Judging by your appearance, you've probably just broken through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. You haven't even stabilized your strength before coming out of seclusion. In your current state, I only need one move to kill you. If you don't want to die, you'd best bind your arms and let me take you back to see the second prince." "You want your old man to bind my arms and follow you? What a clever idea you have, you bastard. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? What a self-righteous pig." Zhuowen shot a glance at General Fei Long and cursed without restraint. "Arrogant brat, I'm going to kill you today." General Fei Long was stunned at first. Then his face turned green and red. When had he ever been cursed at like this? General Fei Long had long since gone mad with rage. Boom! Taking a step in the air, General Fei Long raised his large saber and directly swept towards Zhuowen. He flicked his large saber upwards and then fiercely smashed it downwards. Valiant origin energy instantly surged out. "Die! Dragon Rebel Slash!" General Fei Long roared and used the reverse dragon slash once again. In an instant, his huge blade smashed down. A huge blade shadow entwined with a dragon shadow came crashing down on Zhuowen's head from the void. It's the Dragon Rebel Slash again. This move is too powerful. Can Zhuowen block it? Zhuo Xianbing asked worriedly from below. After all, Zhuowen had only just broken through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, while General Fei Long was much stronger than the average half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. The Dragon Rebel Slash was so powerful that it directly destroyed the defensive origin formation that Zhuowen had personally set up. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was expressionless. He was only staring at the saber shadow with the dragon shadow that was descending from the void. When the saber shadow was a few feet away from Zhuowen, he moved. Clang! The 5 fingers on Zhuowen's right hand moved, and the spear in his palm spun violently. Next, Zhuowen's acupoints opened up and strands of thick blood energy gushed out from his acupoints to swirl around his body. Under the guidance of the spinning spear in his hand, the blood-red aura immediately formed a blood-red vortex around Zhuowen. The blood-red vortex began to change as it spun, turning into blood-red maple leaves. The maple leaves were all formed from the blood-red aura. Third move of the Moon Fiend's secret manual, Blood Maple Dance. With a soft whisper, the blood-colored maple leaves that bloomed in front of Zhuowen lined up in a dense array. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen actually flew straight towards the blade image that was slashing down. "Since you're so eager to die, then you can die." General Fei Long sneered when he saw Zhuowen not dodging. With a move of his right hand, the saber shadow in the air sped up again and instantly smashed into the countless blood-red maple leaves in front of Zhuowen. Sizzle, sizzle. Countless blood-red maple leaves were extremely corrosive. When the saber shadow came into contact with the blood-red maple leaves, it immediately produced a thick white smoke. The saber shadow was actually corroded by the blood-red maple leaves and gradually shrank. What? Why are the blood-red maple leaves in front of this brat so corrosive? General Fei Long was shocked when he saw the saber shadow being completely corroded. But the power of the Dragon Rebel Slash isn't just this. Zhuowen, be careful. The real attack of this guy's Dragon Rebel Slash is the Dragon Shadow. The saber shadow is just a cover. At this moment, Zhuo Xianbing suddenly shouted with an anxious expression. Unfortunately, Zhuo Xianbing's shout came a little too late. The Dragon Shadow, which had been accumulating power, had already found a gap in the blood-red maple leaves. Like a viper hunting for its prey, it passed through the blood-red maple leaves at a tricky angle and directly bombarded Zhuan's body. In an instant, Zhuan's entire body was engulfed in an intense explosion. It's over. Zhuan was actually hit by the dragon shadow. Zhuo Xiangding's face was deathly pale as he muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. The scene instantly fell into a heavy silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They knew that once Zhuan died, they naturally wouldn't be able to live either. Overestimating yourself, brat. But it won't be easy to explain if you're dead. Looks like I can only bring your corpse back. General Fei Long shook his head and sneered. The power of this move isn't bad, but it's far from enough to finish me off. Chapter 333. Blood Dragon Prison. Whirlwind slowly walked out of the dense explosion zone. The explosions around him actually produced ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing against metal when they hit his body. It was as if the explosions weren't hitting a frail body, but hard rock instead. At this moment, the surface of Zhuan's body was flowing with a translucent, crystalline color. This was the effect of the 6th level of the Jadestone Body Tempering Manual. After all, Zhuan's current physical strength was comparable to a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Even General Fei Long's draconic attacks couldn't do much damage to his body. This guy, how is his body so strong? Even the Dragon Rebel Slash is useless against him? General Fei Long's pupils shrank as he stared at the young man, slowly walking towards him in disbelief. Everyone below also stared at the completely unharmed Zhuan with bulging eyes. At first, they were stunned, but then they revealed looks of pleasant surprise. So strong. He actually blocked the Dragon Rebel Slash. It looks like we're saved. Right now, Zhuan was their only savior. The stronger Zhuan was, the greater their chances of survival. Zhuan tilted his head and stared coldly at the surprised General Fei Long. Are you tickling me? General Fei Long's expression gradually turned cold. He said icily, "It looks like you've cultivated a body tempering technique before. I'm truly surprised that you can temper your body to such a degree. However, the Dragon Rebel Slash was only one of my ordinary moves. I wonder if you can still receive my next move so easily?" General Fei Long snorted coldly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about Zhuan's powerful body. After all, Zhuan had only just broken through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Although Zhuan's defensive strength had surprised him, he was certain that Zhuan's offensive strength wouldn't be that high. General Fei Long's speed soared to the extreme as he slashed with the broadsword in his right hand. Along the way, he left behind a series of afterimages as he approached Zhuan in an instant. Then, he swung his broadsword from bottom to top, ruthlessly chopping at Zhuan's body. Zhuan didn't dare to be careless. He could feel that General Fei Long's strength was much stronger than He Hua's during the 9 Extreme Emperor Elemental Pawn competition. In particular, General Fei Long's speed was very fast. Even Zhuan could only capture the guy's movement trajectory. It wasn't easy to see his figure clearly. He swung his spear downwards and blocked General Fei Long's broadsword. At the same time, Zhuan's right knee was like a venomous snake as it instantly smashed towards General Fei Long's abdomen. This knee strike was so powerful that it almost caused the air to flow backwards. General Fei Long's figure shifted, and he actually dodged Zhuan's tricky knee strike in an extremely slippery manner. Then he changed the direction of his saber and directly slashed horizontally at Zhuan's waist. With a cold snort, Zhuan's mind moved. The countless blood-colored maple leaves on the surface of his body immediately formed a blood-colored shield around his waist, instantly blocking the broadsword that was slashing horizontally at him. At the same time, the remaining blood-colored maple leaves turned into countless blood-colored spirals and swept towards General Fei Long's forehead with a whoosh. Damn it! General Fei Long was shocked. He hurriedly withdrew his saber to block the incoming blood-colored spirals. He was very clear that these blood-colored spirals were very corrosive. If they hit his body, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Good chance. A glint flashed across Zhuan's eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that General Fei Long was blocking the blood-colored spirals, he tightened his grip and fiercely threw the Demon Moondragon Spine Spear at General Fei Long. The spear directly hit General Fei Long's chest. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Immediately after, General Fei Long's face turned red. He was actually sent flying by the force of the spear that was swinging towards him. He involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! When he was sent flying 30 meters away, the energy within General Fei Long's body surged out. He borrowed the force of the recoil to stabilize his body in midair. His right hand clutched his chest as he gloomily looked at the youth in front of him. What's wrong with this kid? He's clearly just advanced to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Not only does he have a physical body that even a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm expert would find difficult to deal with, but his attack power is even stronger than mine. General Fei Long's heart was filled with fear as he looked at the youth in front of him. The youth in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't defeat him. This kid must be captured. Otherwise, the third prince won't let me go. It looks like I'll have to use that move to defeat this kid. General Fei Long's expression became extremely solemn. Then, he lightly wiped the blade with his right hand. Almost the entire surface of the blade was dyed a bright red with fresh blood. Then, the blade actually absorbed the blood drop by drop. A rather strange aura slowly emanated from the blade. Kid, there aren't many cultivators who can force me to use this move. In the past, I used this move to trap an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. That's how I managed to escape from that Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Although you're very strong, it's basically impossible for you to survive this move of mine. That's why I'm giving you one last chance. Bind your arms and follow me back to the house of Marquis Qin. Otherwise, die. General Fei Long's face was filled with killing intent. He stared straight at Zhuowen, his eyes cold and merciless. You talk too much. Die. Zhuowen didn't even bother with General Fei Long. He took a step forward and charged at General Fei Long with his spear in hand. His spear pierced through the air and stabbed at General Fei Long. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Blood Dragon Prison Domain bind. General Fei Long snorted coldly and stopped his blade in front of him. In an instant, his entire blade was covered in a dense blood-red color. A thick stench of blood spread out. At the same time, numerous blood dragons appeared in an area of several dozen meters around General Fei Long. The blood dragons were several dozen meters long, and there were a total of 10 blood dragons around them. These 10 blood dragons enveloped an area of several dozen meters around them. For a moment, a bloody light filled the air, turning the surroundings into a world of blood. Within this world of blood, the gravity had increased by several dozen times. As soon as Zhuowen entered this world of blood, his body sank and his knees couldn't help but bend. However, after adapting to the gravity, Zhuowen stood up once more and stared at the world of blood around him with a grave expression. Kid, the Blood Dragon Prison Domain uses my essence blood as a primer to activate a powerful sealing formation. This formation can both attack and defend. It's so powerful that it can practically crush all half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. It can even trap a first-cycle Ultimate Emperor Realm expert for 15 minutes. So, you're dead for sure. Savage laughter slowly rang out from above the world of blood. Zhuowen raised his head and saw General Fei Long floating in the air, coldly staring down at Zhuowen. 10 huge blood dragons circled around General Fei Long, making General Fei Long seem mysterious and powerful. Oh, did you use your blood essence for this move? Due to the powerful gravity within the world of blood, Zhuowen's body felt as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't fly at all. However, Zhuowen didn't show the slightest trace of worry on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. General Fei Long was a little surprised when he saw that the kid was still smiling even though he was about to die. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "Looks like this kid's mind isn't clear anymore. But that's fine too. I'll just kill you now." With that, General Fei Long looked down from above and suddenly pressed down with his right hand. The 10 blood dragons in the sky behind him suddenly roared and directly flew down, pouncing towards Zhuowen's tiny figure. At this moment, There wasn't a trace of fear or worry on Zhuan's face. Instead, the smile on his face grew even wider. Within the Zhuo mansion, everyone was looking at the blood-colored sphere that was several hundred feet in size in the sky. That blood-colored sphere was the blood dragon prison world that General Fei Long had unleashed. At this moment, the surface of the blood dragon prison world was covered in a blood-red color, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. This blood dragon prison world is much stronger than the dragon rebel slash at the beginning. Will Zhuan be able to withstand it? Zhuo Xianbing said anxiously. Zhuo family head, don't worry. Even if our young friend Zhuan isn't a match for General Fei Long, he's still a grade 3 Arcana Master. He must have a lot of life-saving items on him. I think he should have some confidence in escaping from General Fei Long. Guyu Tian comforted him softly. I hope so. With a sigh, Zhuo Xianbing once again focused his gaze on the blood-red sphere in the sky. However, in his heart, he was silently praying for Zhuan's safety. Within the blood dragon prison world, 10 blood-red dragons opened their bloody mouths and flew toward Zhuan. When they were within 10 feet of Zhuan, Zhuan raised his head slightly and raised the blood-red spear in his hand. He muttered softly, 5th style of the Moon Demon's Secret Manual, Blood Explosion Style. General Fei Long, by using the blood dragon prison world, you're seeking your own death. The moment Zhuan's voice rang out, a thick blood aura suddenly condensed around his body. The blood-red dragons that were about to descend suddenly stopped about 10 feet away from him. Then, the 10 blood-red dragons exploded and turned into a pool of blood. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out. The 10 blood-red dragons around Zhuan all exploded into pools of blood without exception. These pools of blood surrounded Zhuan's body and formed palm-sized blood beads. 5th style of the Moon Demon's Secret Manual, Blood Explosion Style. Originally, it could absorb the opponent's blood and form a pool of blood that could explode at any time around the caster. However, the prerequisite for using the Blood Explosion Style was the existence of the enemy's blood. Now that General Fei Long had sacrificed his blood essence, it just happened to meet the requirements for using the Blood Explosion Style. What did this guy do? Why did my blood-red dragons explode and all the blood from their explosions turn into blood beads that surround this guy's body? Looking at the 10 blood-red dragons that had exploded and died instantly, General Fei Long's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. For this kind of question, you'd better ask the King of Hell when you reach the underworld. At this moment, Zhuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards General Fei Long with countless blood beads. The blood beads around his body were like countless grenades that blasted towards General Fei Long, who was in a daze in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 334. The Fall of General Fei Long. Boom, boom. Inside the Zhuo mansion, everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky. Above their heads, the blood-colored ball that spanned over 100 feet had actually produced an extremely loud explosion, following which the blood-colored ball abruptly split into two like a watermelon, following which a figure was thrown out from the sky. Everyone's gazes were tightly fixed on the figure that was thrown out. Their hearts were already extremely nervous. This battle concerned the life and death of Rot-Tan Armor City. If Zhuan was defeated, their Rot-Tan Armor City would really be annihilated. Swoosh! Another figure suddenly shot out from the blood-colored sphere that had already split apart. In an instant, they approached the figure that was flying backwards. Both of their hands tightened around the hilt of their spears, and they viciously smashed the figure's chest. Then, the figure fell to the ground like a meteor, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Dust filled one's vision like rain. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on the figure that was still floating in the sky. When they saw the figure's face clearly, everyone cheered, and their faces were filled with joy. It's Zhuan. In the end, Zhuan won. I never thought that General Fei Long, who was so powerful that he made us feel suffocated, would actually be defeated by Zhuan. Gazing at the figure that was floating in the sky with a spear in his hand, everyone in the Zhuo mansion's eyes were filled with respect. Even the city lord of Rot-Tan Armor City, Guyu Tian, was no exception. Swoosh! In the air, Zhuan's feet lightly stepped, and he gracefully landed on the ground like a swallow. He slowly walked towards a crater, and his gaze coldly stared at General Fei Long, who was so heavily injured that he could barely move. At this moment, General Fei Long's body was covered with wounds. The originally sturdy black armor had been shattered into countless pieces, revealing the wounds that were riddled with wounds. Earlier, you said that you would bring me back to the house of Marquis Qin. Could it be that you were sent by that fellow, Lu Yuanhua? The tip of the spear was pointed at General Fei Long's neck. Zhuan narrowed his eyes, and they were filled with coldness. The General Fei Long in front of him was vicious and merciless. He had almost massacred the members of the Zhou family. If it wasn't for the doubts in his heart, Zhuan would have already killed this General Fei Long. Why would he waste his breath? As for Muqin Marquis Estate, he had some grudges with the third prince, Lu Yuanhua. Kid, since you know that this general is from the house of Marquis Qin, then you'd better let this general go. Otherwise, the wrath of the house of Marquis Qin isn't something that you can bear. At this moment, General Fei Long also knew that the youth in front of him was terrifying. His face no longer had the slightest trace of arrogance and disdain. Instead, it became extremely serious. However, he was still confident in the prestige of the house of Marquis Qin. He believed that since the youth in front of him knew his identity, he naturally wouldn't dare to kill him. Crack! He raised his right foot and fiercely stomped down on General Fei Long's right arm. The crisp sound of bones breaking abruptly rang out. I'm asking you, were you sent by Lu Yuanhua? Zhuan's gaze was filled with coldness. You. General Fei Long held his right arm and glared at the youth in front of him with hatred in his eyes. Crack! Raising his right leg again, Zhuan stomped down on General Fei Long's other arm. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out again. My patience isn't very good. If you still don't speak, I don't mind taking care of you immediately. Tightening his right hand, the Moon Demon Dragon's pine spear suddenly shot out. It stopped a few feet away from General Fei Long's neck. Zhuan's eyes were filled with thick, killing intent. Gulp. General Fei Long couldn't help but gulp. He didn't think that the youth in front of him would be so daring. Even though he knew that he was a general of the house of Marquis Qin, he still didn't give him any face. He could feel the deep killing intent in Zhuan's eyes. He knew that if he really didn't answer Zhuan's question, he really would be killed. I'll speak. I am a general under the second prince's command. At the same time, I'm also his right-hand man. He was the one who sent me on this mission to destroy Rot-Tan Armor City. However, from the second prince's words, I can tell that this mission is related to the third prince. General Fei Long secretly glanced at Zhuan, who had a cold expression on his face. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Zhuan everything he knew. Hearing General Fei Long's story, Zhuan's expression became more and more serious. He didn't think that Lu Yuanhua's second brother would also make a move. It seems that the conflict between Lu Yuanhua and I will be very difficult to resolve. Frowning slightly, Zhuan's expression also became more and more serious. After all, Lu Yuanhua was the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin. Whether it was in terms of status or influence, he was much stronger than Zhuan. If Lu Yuanhua really wanted to use the house of Marquis Qin's influence to deal with Zhuan, even 100 Rot-Tan armor cities wouldn't be enough to destroy him. General Fei Long had also mentioned that the second prince of the house of Marquis Qin was also a powerhouse on the Qing Huang leaderboard. It was said that he had already reached the ultimate emperor stage. Even Lu Yuanhua, who had lost to him before, had broken through to the ultimate emperor stage. The house of Marquis Qin is indeed rich and imposing. Lu Yuanhua was actually able to ascend to the ultimate emperor stage in such a short period of time. I'm afraid that they must have spent an enormous amount of resources to do so. Zhuan's eyes flickered. His heart was filled with helplessness. The house of Marquis Qin was simply too powerful. In the entire Muqin prefecture, it was like an insurmountable mountain. Zhuan looked at General Fei Long and asked, I heard that if a cultivator can enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle, they will become a distinguished guest of the house of Marquis Qin and enjoy the same treatment as the Crown Prince. Is that true? Indeed. After all, the Vitality Tower battle is a selection of geniuses in a prefecture. The true purpose of the Vitality Tower battle is the battle of the 9 counties that the entire Qin Xian Empire wants to hold. The top 100 geniuses selected from the Vitality Tower battle are all qualified to participate in the battle of the 9 counties. That is already a contest between the geniuses of each prefecture. Therefore, as long as a genius can enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle, the Marquis of Muqin will definitely do his best to nurture him in the hopes of achieving good results in the battle of the 9 counties. It is only natural that such a genius can receive the same treatment as the Crown Prince. At this point, General Fei Long looked at Zhuan strangely and sneered. Don't tell me you're planning to enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle? With your strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. I think you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Also, you have offended the 2nd Crown Prince and the 3rd Crown Prince. If you participate in the Vitality Tower battle, you will undoubtedly die. Psst. Coldly looking down at General Fei Long in the deep pit, Zhuan suddenly reached out with his right hand. The tip of the spear that was only a few inches away from General Fei Long directly pierced his neck, causing blood to spurt out. I've already said so much. You actually went back on your word. General Fei Long glared at Zhuan with resentment before slowly falling to the ground, lifeless. I never said I would let you go. You misunderstood me. Pulling out the spear, Zhuan glanced at General Fei Long's corpse one last time before walking back to the Zhuo residence. At this moment, many people from the Zhuo residence were already running towards Zhuan. Among them, Zhuo Xiangding and Gu Yutian were the fastest. They quickly arrived in front of Zhuan. Zhuan, are you all right? Zhuo Xiangding looked at Zhuan with a somewhat anxious gaze as he asked. Looking at the anxious Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuan felt warmth in his heart. However, he slightly shook his head and said, I'm fine. Zhuan, where's General Fei Long? Gu Yutian seemed to be looking for something as he asked cautiously. Gu Cheng, don't worry. General Fei Long has already been taken care of by me. With a faint smile, Zhuan pointed behind him. There was a deep pit, and General Fei Long's corpse was lying in it. He died with his eyes wide open. Seeing General Fei Long's corpse in the deep pit, Gu Yutian finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. Following which, he looked at Zhuan with reverence. General Fei Long, who was almost invincible in their eyes, had actually been taken care of by Zhuan in the end. Brother Zhuan. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Gu Yutian. When Zhuan heard the voice, he turned around and saw Gu Xian with a smile on his face. So it's brother Gu Xian. I heard from Gu Cheng that you were in seclusion. It seems that you've come out now. Nodding slightly, Zhuan was a little surprised that Gu Xian had reached the Earth Monarch stage. One had to know that Gu Xian was only at the peak of the corporeal Yang stage 2 years ago. Gu Cheng, let's set off for the provincial capital tomorrow, Zhuan suddenly said to Gu Yutian with a serious expression. Gu Yutian was startled and hesitated. He was also aware of the conflict between Zhuan and Lu Yuanhua. With Lu Yuanhua's vengeful personality, he would probably cause trouble for Zhuan once the battle for the Vitality Tower began. All right, tomorrow I will inform a Huban sect and have Wu Wuying come to Rotan Armor City. I will bring the 3 of you there then. Although he was worried about Lu Yuanhua's revenge, Gu Yutian knew that General Fei Long had died in their Rotan Armor City. Even if they didn't participate in the Vitality Tower battle, Lu Yuanhua would have more time to take revenge after it ended. Gu Cheng, are you afraid of Lu Yuanhua's revenge? Zhuan also saw the hesitation on Gu Yutian's face. Gu Yutian revealed a wry smile. He couldn't help but look at General Fei Long's corpse and nod with a sigh. The Vitality Tower battle will begin in 3 months. Lu Yuanhua won't have time to take care of us. If he wants to take revenge, he will have to wait until after the Vitality Tower battle. If I can make it into the top 100, then I will become an honored guest of the house of Marquis Qin. my status will be on par with Liu Yuanhua's. At that time, he won't dare to do anything. Zhuowen said with confidence. Top 100 in the Essence Tower battle? Upon hearing this, the bitter smile on Guyu Tian's face grew even more intense. It was not that he did not believe in Zhuowen's strength, but the difficulty of ranking in the top 100 of the Vitality Tower battle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. One had to fight for the only 100 spots among hundreds of thousands of geniuses, and the competition was extremely cruel. Even though Zhuo Wen was a quasi-ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator at such a young age, there were quite a few people in Muqin County who were stronger than him. Chapter 335. Ready to Goth Heavenly Armor Continent was vast, spanning hundreds of billions of miles. Even a saint would find it difficult to search the entire Heavenly Armor Continent. The vast Heavenly Armor Continent was divided into 5 major regions, namely the Eastern Land, the Western Region, the Southern Barbarian, the North Pole, and the Central Plains. These 5 regions were extremely vast, and there were countless forces of various sizes living in them. In the Eastern Lands, one of the 5 great regions, the strongest power was the famous Blue Dragon Hall. Ranked second in the Blue Dragon Hall was the Blue Dragon Hall. Although the Blue Dragon Hall was ranked second, its influence was much deeper than the Blue Dragon Hall. Moreover, the Divine Academy's overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Blue Dragon Hall. Even the Blue Dragon Hall was extremely wary of a power like the Divine Academy. Excellent God Institute was located in an extremely mysterious area in the far north of the Eastern Lands. As for its exact location, even the Blue Dragon Hall had not been able to detect it. It could be said that Excellent God Institute was extremely mysterious. In the northernmost part of the Eastern Lands, numerous snowy peaks towered between the heavens and the earth. No one dared to pass through the area, and even birds and ferocious beasts were rarely seen in this place. A graceful figure stood quietly on top of the snowy mountain peak. Her gem-like eyes were looking at the distant horizon. If anyone was here, they would know that she was in the direction of the Qing Xian Empire. This graceful figure was a young woman around the age of 18. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like pools of clear water. As she looked around, she possessed an elegant and noble bearing that caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare profane her. However, that arrogance and quick-wittedness of hers had a captivating aura that made one unable to help but be captivated. The young girl's jade-like feet were bare, and beneath her sparkling and translucent feet, a verdant red lotus floated. The fiery red lotus and the young girl's snow-white skin contrasted with each other in an extremely holy and pure manner. This young girl was none other than Mu Qinxue, the one who had a connection with Zhuowen in the ancient cave. However, at this moment, the girl's eyes were no longer as cold and arrogant as before. Instead, there was a trace of melancholy and some fluctuations. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure landed behind Mu Qinxue and knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, "Miss." Mu Qinxue gracefully turned around and looked at the old man in front of her. Her originally cold eyes had a trace of gentleness. She bit her lower lip and said with some hesitation, "Elder Qiu, I wonder how Zhuowen is doing lately?" Old Qiu glanced at Mu Qinxue and said in a low voice, "That little fellow has been living quite comfortably recently. In 3 months, the Muqin County of the Qing Xian Empire will hold the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda. That little fellow should be participating in the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda." At this point, Elder Qiu suddenly looked deeply at Mu Qinxue and frowned. "Miss, ever since we left the Ancient Era's cave, you've been paying so much attention to that little fellow called Zhuowen. Elder Qiu, this has nothing to do with you. It's just that I'm interested in that fellow. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Mu Qinxue's eyes regained their coldness as she said indifferently. Elder Qiu nodded helplessly. He then cupped his hands and disappeared from the snowy peak. After Elder Qiu left, Mu Qinxue's cold eyes once again looked towards the horizon of the Qing Xian Empire. Her cherry lips slightly opened as she muttered to herself, "Is the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda about to begin?" Zhuowen, if you want to enter the Jiaxin Academy, you must stand out in the Qing Xian Empire. If you can't do it, then it only proves that we are not fated to be together. Early in the morning, when the first ray of warm sunlight shone down, the Godstone Plaza of Rattan Armor City was already packed with people. Most of these people were from the Zhuo Mansion and the City Lord's Mansion. There was also a portion of people from other factions who had come to watch the show. These spectators all cast their gazes towards the center of the Godstone Plaza. In the center, there were three figures that were the most dazzling. These three figures were the representatives of Rattan Armor City to participate in the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda: Zhuowen, Gu Xian, and Hu Wuying. The Huban Gate that Hu Wuying was rather far from Rattan Armor City. Fortunately, Gu Tian had already warned the person in charge of the Huban Gate. Therefore, Hu Wuying and his master, Hu Xiao, had made it to Rattan Armor City in time. Hu Wuiying's talent was not bad. After 2 years, he had also advanced to the Earth King stage. His strength was slightly weaker than Gu Xian's. However, when Hu Wuiying and Hu Xiao found out that Zhuowen had actually reached the Ultimate Emperor stage, they both revealed looks of disbelief. They knew that although Zhuowen's performance during the Battle of the Quotas was very stunning, it wasn't as abnormal as this. Especially after hearing about some of Zhuowen's past achievements, their disbelief quickly turned into disbelief. However, Hu Wuiying was a free and easy person. He didn't show any signs of comparison. Instead, he admired Zhuowen even more. This made Zhuowen have a rather good impression of Hu Wuiying. In the center of the plaza, Zhuowen was standing with Zhuo Xiangding and the other members of the Zhuo family who had come to send him off. He swept his gaze across his clansmen, and a trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. He knew that the Zhuo family had completely regarded him as their backbone. Zhuowen, we won't be able to accompany you to the provincial capital this time. Moreover, with this old man's weak strength, accompanying you will only be a burden. Therefore, you must be careful this time. It's fine as long as you can stay alive. Zhuo Xiangding patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said rather apologetically. After all, Zhuo Xiangding was the head of the Zhuo family. He couldn't leave the family at will. Otherwise, the Zhuo family would inevitably fall into a situation where they would be leaderless. Grandfather, don't worry. I understand. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said rather cautiously. At the same time, Zhuowen's eldest uncle, Zhuo Baitian, second uncle, Zhuo Dingtian, and other high-ranking members of the Zhuo family also bid farewell to Zhuowen. Naturally, they were rather reluctant to see him leave. Zhuowen, be careful on the road. You are now the pillar of our family. You can't die like this. That's right, Brother Zhuowen. You must think more about the Zhuo family. Without you, the Zhuo family won't be able to rise. Therefore, nothing must happen in this Vitality Tower battle. 2 crisp voices suddenly sounded in his ears. Then 2 graceful figures walked out from the Zhuo family. One of them was elegant and charming, with skin whiter than snow. However, there was a trace of craftiness in her watery eyes. It was Zhuo Xiang, who was younger than Zhuowen. The other was tall, dignified, and elegant. Her rosy cheeks revealed a trace of charm. It was Zhuo Meishue, who was once an inner court disciple of the Zhuo family. As soon as the 2 women appeared, they attracted the attention of many people present. Although Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishue's beauty couldn't be compared to Mu Qinshue's, they were still considered first-class beauties. Now that they walked together, they naturally formed a beautiful scene. Looking at the 2 beauties leisurely walking in front of him, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. After all, when the family participated in the market battle, he had fought side by side with these 2 women. Among the 2 women, Zhuo Xiang's talent was much higher. Now, she had advanced to the half-step Heavenly King stage, only half a step away from the Heavenly King stage. Zhuo Meishue's talent was relatively worse, only at the Corporeal Yang stage. In just a few years, the few young people in the family had grown sufficiently. Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishue were now holding important positions in the family. Thank you. I won't die so easily. Looking at the 2 women in front of him, Zhuowen's heart was filled with emotion. As time passed, and his strength continued to increase, he found that some things were getting farther and farther away from him. Although Zhuowen could see the concern in the eyes of the two women in front of him, the powerful aura on his body couldn't help but faintly separate the two women in front of him. The two women just looked at Zhuowen, but didn't approach him like before. "It's getting late. We should set off. Now that you are the backbone of the family, I hope you can help grandfather carry the family forward. The next time I come back, I hope to see an even stronger Zhuo family." Zhuowen had never been a sloppy person. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. At this moment, a somewhat shaky voice suddenly called out to Zhuowen. "Zhuowen!" Zhuowen's figure paused as he turned his head to look. A sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes as he saw a rather sturdy figure slowly walking out from behind Zhuoxiang, and Zhuo Meishue. This figure was dressed in a long black robe, and there was a trace of stubble at the corner of his mouth. He appeared somewhat taciturn. Zhuo Tian, looking at the black-clothed man slowly walking over, Zhuowen recognized him at a glance. It was Zhuo Tian, who had a conflict with Zhuowen in the past. After being defeated by Zhuowen in the family competition, Zhuo Tian appeared to be very taciturn and was no longer as insolent as before. Originally, Zhuowen didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Zhuo Tian. However, Zhuowen's tenacity and unwillingness to submit during the market battle had changed Zhuowen's opinion of him. The current Zhuowen appeared to be more reserved and steady, and was no longer as impetuous as before. Zhuo Tian arrived in front of Zhuowen, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. In the end, he gave a faint smile and extended his hand to Zhuowen, saying, "Have a safe journey. Our Zhuo family can't do without you." Zhuowen was startled, and also shook hands with Zhuo Tian. However, the moment their hands touched, Zhuowen's face changed, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Ha ha! Brother Zhuo Tian, congratulations. You are actually the third powerhouse in our Zhuo family to reach the Heavenly King stage." As soon as Zhuowen's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the Zhuo family. Everyone looked at Zhuo Tian's back with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "What? Tian, has also reached the Heavenly King stage? Why didn't this kid tell me all this time?" Zhuo Xiangding, who was standing beside Zhuo Xiangding, was stunned at first, but then he said in ecstasy, "Zhuo Baitian, Zhuo Xiangding," and the others were also startled at first, but then their faces lit up with joy. After all, the more powerhouses there were in the Zhuo family, the better. This would be beneficial to the continuous development of the Zhuo family. Zhuowen scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Actually, it's all thanks to the elixirs that you brought back. That's why I was able to break through to the Heavenly King stage yesterday." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen could sense that Zhuo Tian's mentality had undergone a huge change after the market battle. In addition to Zhuo Tian's talent, which was originally not weak, and the support of a considerable amount of elixirs, it was reasonable for him to reach the Heavenly King stage. After glancing at Zhuo Tian, Zhuowen suddenly took out a jade token from his bosom and handed it to Zhuo Tian. This is Chapter 336. Towards the prefecture capital. Is this the Patriarch's identity token? Zhuowen this. Looking at the jade token in Zhuowen's hand, Zhuo Tian was suddenly at a loss for what to do. An indescribable look of surprise appeared on his face. He had never thought that Zhuowen would actually give him such an important thing. When the many members of the Zhuo family saw the Patriarch's token in Zhuowen's hand, they could not help but be stunned. Their eyes were filled with doubt. "Brother Zhuo Tian, since you were able to advance to the Heavenly King stage on your own, that means that you have the qualifications to receive this Patriarch's token. Grandfather is getting on in years and needs someone to help him share the burden of the family. However, I can't always stay in the family, so I'll have to rely on you for the family's matters." Patting Zhuo Tian's shoulder lightly, a trace of gentleness appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. With the resources he left in the family, Zhuo Tian's achievements would definitely not stop at the Heavenly King stage. It was very likely that he would reach the Earth King stage or even the Heavenly King stage. At that time, Zhuo Tian would definitely become the pillar of the Zhuo family. However, Zhuan was very clear that it was impossible for him to stay in the family. After all, he still had to go to Jia Shun Academy, leave Muqin County, and leave the Qingxian Empire. The only thing he could do was to leave more resources for the family. Grandfather, you won't object to my decision, right? After handing the patriarch's token to Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuan suddenly turned to Zhuo Xiangding and smiled. Haha, you little brat. Do you think your grandfather doesn't understand you? With your talent, the small Rattan Armor City will not be able to restrain you at all. You are destined to enter the vast outside world in the future. Since you have already made your decision, grandfather will naturally not object. Furthermore, I have observed Tian for a long time. If he can assist this old man, it will be much easier for this old man. Zhuo Xiangding stroked his beard and laughed. His wrinkled old face was filled with gratification and joy. Thank you, Grandpa and Cousin Zhuan. At this moment, Zhuo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He respectfully bowed to Zhuan and Zhuo Xiangding. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to bring the Zhuo family to greater heights. He could not disappoint Zhuo, Xiangding, and Zhuan, who trusted him. Nodding slightly, Zhuan greeted the members of the Zhuo family and patted his Qingquan bag. A green flying boat that was 10 feet wide immediately floated in the air above the plaza. The surface of the flying boat was overflowing with colorful lights. Green light filled the air, and it looked quite dazzling. This boat was called Qing Fan Boat. It was a rather ordinary high-rank spiritual treasure. Back then, Zhuan had considered the long journey from Rattan Armor City to the provincial capital. It would take at least half a year to get there by horse carriage. Thus, he had spent tens of thousands of emperor pills to buy this boat. Qing Fan Boat was only a low-rank spiritual treasure. This flying boat's ability was only fast. Its defense was not amazing at all. Originally, Zhuan had wanted to buy a better flying boat. However, because he had bought puppet materials and spiritual treasures and spiritual herbs for the family, he did not have many emperor pills left. Thus, he had no choice but to buy the cheapest Qing Fan Boat. Although Qing Fan Boat was only a low-rank spiritual treasure, in the eyes of many warriors in Rattan Armor City, it was already a priceless treasure. After all, Rattan Armor City was only a low-level city. Even middle-rank spiritual treasures were extremely rare, let alone high-rank spiritual treasures. Furthermore, Qing Fan Boat was a rare mount spiritual treasure. It's actually a high-rank spiritual treasure, and it's a rare mount spiritual treasure. Zhuan is really amazing. He can take out such a precious spiritual treasure so casually. I've only seen one high-rank spiritual treasure in my life. Many warriors around the square exclaimed in amazement. Some of them were even looking at him with envy. Brother Gu, Brother Hu, and Lord Gu, let's use this Qing Fan Boat to travel to the capital. Although this boat is only a high-rank, low-rank spirit treasure, it is extremely fast. It will probably take less than a month to reach the provincial capital. After taking out the Qing Fan Boat, Zhuan cupped his hands and smiled at Guex, Hu Wuying, and the others. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying looked at each other. There was a trace of bitterness at the corners of their mouths. The two of them increasingly felt that Zhuan was far too mysterious. It was fine that he had cultivated for a shorter period of time than them, but his level of cultivation was much higher than theirs. However, he had casually taken out a high-grade soul treasure. This somewhat extravagant method was something that they could not see through. The two of you don't have to be surprised. Zhuan is now a complete grade 3 Arcana Master. His personal wealth is far more than our Castellan mansion. All right, don't think too much. Let's go. Gu Tian was not too surprised. After all, Zhuan had brought him too many surprises. Now, he was not that surprised. He patted Gu Xian and Hu Wuying's shoulders and entered the Qing Fan Boat first. Brother Zhuo is actually a complete grade 3 Arcana Master. That's really amazing. Hu Wuying whispered in surprise. It was also the first time he heard that Zhuan's mental strength was so terrifying. Brother Zhuo is really talented. In this Origin Chi Tower battle with Brother Zhuo, our Rattan Armor City has a high chance of entering the top 1,000. When the time comes, we must follow Brother Zhuo's lead and cooperate with him. When the time comes, the forces behind us will be greatly benefited. After seeing Zhuowen kill General Fei Long, Gu Xian was already convinced by Zhuowen. She even had a trace of admiration for Zhuowen. This was a natural trace of respect for the strong. After all, the entire Heavenly Armor continent was a world where the strong were respected. Hu Wuying nodded slightly and entered the Qing fan boat with Gu Xian. The interior of the Qing fan boat was extremely spacious. It was divided into many rooms. Each room was fully equipped with furniture and clothes. The conditions were much better than an ordinary inn. This was an eye-opener for Guyu Tian and the other two. They were constantly amazed and full of praise. Standing at the bow of the Qing fan boat, Zhuowen gazed deeply at the location of the Zhua family. He gently waved his hand and directly activated the Qing fan boat. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Qing fan boat was like a fish in water. It suddenly shot towards the sky at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen, you must return safely. In the square, Zhou Xiangbing silently looked at the Qing fan boat in the distance and could not help but mutter in a low voice. On the deck of the Qing fan boat, Zhuowen, Gu Xian, Hu Wuiying, and Guyu Tian sat together in a circle. Zhuowen looked at Guyu Tian with a grave expression and asked, Lord Gu, now is the time to tell us about the Vitality Tower? Zhuowen's question had also piqued the interest of Gu Xian and Hu Wuiying. The two of them were also very curious about the struggle for the Yuanqi Tower. They all knew that the Yuanqi Tower was an opportunity that all geniuses yearned for even in their dreams. There were even rumors of some unknown warriors who had used the Yuanqi Tower as an opportunity to soar to the heavens. Now that the three of them were about to participate in such a grand event, they were naturally very curious about it. Guyu Tian smiled faintly, but his expression turned solemn. He said, It's time to tell you about the Vitality Tower. However, I don't know much about it. I only know that the battle for the Vitality Tower is very cruel. You all know that there was a catastrophe 10,000 years ago that ended the extremely glorious ancient era. Our Heavenly Armor continent also ushered in a somewhat sluggish modern era, which is the era we are in now. Legend has it that the Vitality Tower suddenly appeared after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. As for the reason, I don't know. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but frown slightly as he muttered in a low voice. It actually appeared after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Could it be related to that catastrophe? The catastrophe 10,000 years ago was a secret of the entire continent. Basically, only a few people knew what had happened 10,000 years ago. Xiaohe, who was hidden in Zhuowen's knowledge sea, was an existence that had survived from the ancient era. However, Xiaohe was always secretive about the catastrophe, so Zhuowen couldn't get any clues from him. I won't say much about the origin of the Vitality Tower. I will now solemnly warn you that once you enter the Vitality Tower, you must be very careful. It is said that there are many dangers inside, and if you're not careful, you may lose your life. At this time, Guyu Tian cautioned cautiously. Moreover, there seems to be a great world inside, and there are also creatures living inside. As for what exactly they are, I am not very clear. Oh, it's a great world, and there's actually a great world in this tiny tower. This is truly shocking. Zhuowen was really surprised when he heard this. Gu Xian and Hu Wuiying beside him also revealed a strange expression. They knew that the Vitality Tower was located in the center of the county. Although it occupied a large area, it was unlikely to be so big that it contained a great world. It was likely that there was another world inside the Vitality Tower. There are many restrictions in the Vitality Tower. These restrictions are said to have been set up by the ancient era. It is because of these incredible restrictions that a great world can be derived from the Vitality Tower. Moreover, it is said that there are also humans living inside. The people outside call them the ancient era survivors. As for what these ancient era survivors look like, I have never seen them. Guyu Tian continued. After you enter the Vitality Tower, you have to be extra careful. Inside, even killing each other is allowed. That's why many geniuses will fall in every Vitality Tower battle. Of course, In return, many monstrous geniuses will be nurtured. Therefore, after entering the Vitality Tower, you must put your life first. Zhuowen and the other two nodded solemnly. It seemed that the Vitality Tower battle was far crueler than they had imagined. Moreover, the ancient era survivors that Guyu Tian mentioned also aroused Zhuowen's interest. What kind of existence is the Vitality Tower? What does it have to do with the ancient era's catastrophe? Chapter 337. Azure Dragon City in the depths of the house of Marquis Qin. In an extremely luxurious loft, LV Yongsheng stared at the shattered jade tablet in his hand with a dark look in his eyes. He muttered to himself, General Fei Chang's life tablet has shattered? Someone actually managed to kill him in this mission. Could it be that there's an expert hidden in Rattan Armor City? Crack! His right hand clenched, crushing the jade tablet in his hand. LV Yongsheng sneered. No matter what kind of expert he is, if he provokes me, he will die all the same. I will deal with Rattan Armor City after this battle for the Vitality Tower is over. Whoosh! A green flying ship flashed across the sky. 4 figures stood on the deck of the flying ship. It was Zhuowen's group of 4. We've been flying for almost a month. Looks like we'll be arriving at the provincial capital soon. A slender figure stood quietly at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance as he muttered to himself. This figure was Zhuowen. It had been almost a month since they set off from Rattan Armor City. There weren't many obstacles along the way, and they practically braved the wind and waves as they advanced. Some of the bandits along the way tactfully retreated when they saw the high-grade soul treasure flying ship. Those bandits weren't stupid. A faction that possessed a high-grade soul treasure flying ship wasn't one that they could rob. This also saved Zhuowen's group a lot of trouble. After flying for another 2 hours, the silhouette of a huge city appeared in the distance. This city was like a huge, slumbering dragon. Just looking at it from afar, it gave off a heart-shaking feeling. Moreover, it was impossible to see the borders of the city from afar. The first impression it gave was that it was so vast that there was no end to it. Is that the provincial capital? I didn't expect it to be so big. Gu Xian and Hu Wuing were also shocked by the dragon-like city in the distance. The size of the provincial capital had greatly exceeded their expectations. It can no longer be called a city. It could be called a national capital. The county capital is the most powerful city in the entire Muqin County. At the same time, it's also the largest city. Even if all the super cities in the entire Muqin County were added together, they would not be able to compare to it. Guyu Tian was not surprised at all. He had been here with Master Karaki before, so he was not surprised. Of course, when he first arrived, his reaction was not much better than Gu Xian and Hu Wuing. Zhuowen was the calmest among the 3 of them. However, his heart was still moved by the size of the county. This county was much larger than the super city, Broken Rock City. If Broken Rock City was a river, then this county was an entire ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they got closer to the county capital, Zhuowen and the others also discovered that there were many black figures in the sky around the county capital. Those who entered the county capital were basically representatives from other cities who had come to participate in the Vitality Tower battle. Many of these representatives rode on flying boats soul treasures. Of course, there were also some who rode on tamed flying metabeasts. There were even people who rode on huge gourds that broke through the sky. There were many different kinds of flying methods. However, the representatives of these cities had one thing in common, and that was that on their respective flying mounts, there was a flag with the symbol of their respective city. The patterns on these flags were all strange, and each of them represented a different city. In Muqin County, the cities that were qualified to use flags to symbolize their cities were basically high-grade cities and above. However, mid-grade and low-grade cities did not have the qualifications to have flags. It should be known that flying soul treasures and flying metabeasts were extremely rare treasures. With the pitiful foundation of mid-grade and low-grade cities, it was unlikely that they would possess such treasures. Therefore, Zhuowen and the others discovered that the representatives of the various large cities who flew over from the sky all had a flag that represented the status of their city. It also invisibly separated the middle-grade cities from the low-grade cities. In addition to the numerous flying soul treasures and meta beasts in the sky around the county capital, there were also numerous carriages that advanced on the land below the county capital. These carriages basically represented mid-grade and low-grade cities. At this moment, among these carriages that were constantly entering the county capital, there were warriors who would occasionally poke their heads out and look enviously at the representatives of the various cities that were constantly flying into the county capital. They knew that the flying soul treasures were all geniuses from high-grade cities and even super-grade cities. These were the group of people who were most likely to stand out in the Vitality Tower battle. We're almost at the county capital. We should prepare to disembark later. Looking at the approaching county capital, Zhuan's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Just as Zhuan was about to land at the entrance of the county capital for inspection, a white flying boat suddenly approached Zhuan's side. "Zhuan, someone is deliberately approaching us." Guyu Tian suddenly frowned and said. Nodding slightly, Zhuan could not help but look at the white flying boat that was approaching their Qing fan boat with a trace of doubt on his face. From the flag on the white flying boat, they could tell that it was a high-level city. And from the aura of the flying boat, they could tell that it was a middle-level flying spirit treasure, which was a level lower than their green boat. At this moment, there were 9 figures standing on the deck of the white flying boat. The most eye-catching one was a middle-aged man standing at the front of the boat. Zhuan could faintly feel a powerful aura from the middle-aged man. Although it was slightly weaker than General Fei Chang's aura, the difference was not huge. Clearly, this middle-aged man should be a half-step ultimate king realm expert. Other than this middle-aged man, the other 8 were rather young. There were 6 men and 2 women. Their auras varied, but the weakest among them was at the advanced Earth King realm. The strongest among them was a man in green who actually had the strength of a complete Heavenly King realm expert. Zhuan could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man was the city lord of this high-grade city. After all, high-grade cities were not comparable to super cities. There were very few ultimate king realm experts among the city lords. Only a few extremely heaven-defying high-grade cities had an ultimate king realm expert. Otherwise, it was extremely difficult for an ultimate king realm expert to appear. The high-grade city in front of them should be a relatively ordinary high-grade city. The middle-aged man on the white flying boat looked at the 4 people on the Qing fan boat with some doubt. He then cupped his hands and smiled. "I am Fan He, the city lord of Qing Jiao City, a high-grade city. May I ask which city you are from?" Hearing the other party say that they were from a high-grade city, Guyu Tian and the rest were a little nervous. After all, they were only from a low-grade city, and high-grade cities were a distant existence to them. Zhuan walked forward lightly and said calmly, "We are from Rattan Armor City. May I ask why City Lord Fan is looking for us?" Rattan Armor City? Fan He couldn't help but frown. He didn't seem to have heard of a high-grade city or a super city called Rattan Armor City. Fan He naturally had his own plans for approaching the Qing fan boat, where Zhuan and the others were. The Qing fan boat itself was a high-grade spirit treasure. Such a high-grade flying spirit treasure was very rare in high-grade cities. After all, Qing Jiao City only had a mid-grade flying spirit treasure. Because of the Qing fan boat, Fan He thought that Zhuan and the others might be from a super city. Even if they weren't, they should be from a powerful high-grade city. Therefore, he wanted to establish a good relationship with them. After all, one more friend meant one more path, especially in a cruel battle like the Essence Chi Tower. If he met someone he knew, perhaps he would let him go because of their previous relationship. However, Fan He found a wrong target. Zhuan and the others weren't from a high-grade city. They were only from a low-grade city. However, Zhuan's current strength wasn't weaker than ordinary high-grade cities. Therefore, in front of Fan He and the others, Zhuan was very calm. Fan He looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. The doubt on his face deepened. Could it be that the city's representative was this brat? However, this surprise was quickly replaced by a touch of horror, because he found that he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Especially when he looked at the young man in front of him, he could feel a faint sense of threat from the young man. This sense of threat was very strong. It was as if the young man had met a natural predator. Fan, he couldn't help but frown. "Father, what's wrong?" The green-clothed man beside him looked at Fan E with some doubt. He found that Fan E had stiffened in place after meeting Zhuo Wen's gaze. "Nothing." After regaining his senses, Fan E looked at the young man in front of him with some fear. He quickly said with a smile, "Young friend, why don't we enter the prefecture capital together? We're not familiar with the prefecture capital, so we can travel together. That way, we can take care of each other." After feeling the faint sense of threat from Zhuo, Fan E increasingly felt that the people in front of him were most likely from a super city. Otherwise, how could a young man give him such a feeling? However, Fan Yi's humble attitude immediately stunned the other young men on the white airship. They didn't expect their governor to be so polite to the young man in front of them. It was Fan Yi's abnormal behavior that caused the 8 young men behind him to stare at Zhuo strangely. After looking deeply at Fan Yi, Zhuo smiled and said, "Okay, we are indeed not familiar with the prefecture capital. Let Senior Fan lead the way." Of course, Fan Yi's face lit up with joy when he saw that Zhuo had agreed. He urged the white airship to fly towards the prefecture capital. Zhuo naturally followed behind leisurely. Since someone had taken the initiative to show him the way, Zhuo was more than happy to oblige. "Father, why are you so polite to that young man?" The man in green beside Fan E on the white airship in front of them asked curiously. As soon as the man in green said this, the other 7 young men gathered their gazes on Fan E. They also had the same puzzled look on their faces. "That young man is not simple. I can actually feel a trace of threat from him. I suspect that he is a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert," Fan E said with a serious expression. "What? A half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert? How can he reach the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm at such a young age?" Chapter 338. Old Friend Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 airships, one white and one green, flew into the capital one after the other. After entering the capital, Zhuo and the others discovered that the capital was much larger than they had imagined. The streets were packed with people, and not a single one of them was an ordinary person. All of them were powerful cultivators, and there was no lack of Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators who were deliberately releasing their auras. The auras of Zhuo and the others had been concealed by a secret technique on the way to the capital. This was the main reason why Fan E and the others could not see through Zhuo and the others. After all, Zhuo was a perfected grade 3 Arcana Master, so he naturally had many secret techniques to conceal his aura. The capital lives up to its name. Just on the street we're on, there are 3 powerful auras that are unique to Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Gui Wetion couldn't help but sigh as he felt the undisguised, powerful auras on the street. Zhuo nodded in agreement. After all, the capital was the largest city in Muqin County, and the number of Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators there was extremely terrifying. Of course, this was only a relative term. That's right. The capital is a treasure trove of outstanding people. Because the Origin Chi Tower is located in the capital, the concentration of Origin Chi in the capital is hundreds of times higher than in other places. This is also the reason why there are so many more experts in the capital than in other places. Fan He, who was on the white airship, also sighed with emotion. Feeling the baptism of the rich Origin Chi around him, Zhuo could not help but comfortably stretch his waist. Fanny was right. The Origin Chi in the capital was indeed very rich. Even if Zhuo did not deliberately circulate his meridians to cultivate, the Origin Chi in the surroundings would still continuously enter his body and strengthen the Origin Chi in his meridians. Little friend Zhuo, look over there. That's the pillar of the capital, the Origin Chi Tower. It is precisely because of this vitality tower that the commandery capital can stand above all other cities and become the well-deserved #1 city in Muqin Commandery. Fan E pointed to the distance and introduced with a rather solemn expression. Following the direction that Fan E pointed, Zhuo and the others also saw that at the center of the county, there was a huge tower that looked like a pillar that supported the heavens. The base of the tower covered an extremely vast area, at least several thousand feet, in area. Outside the tower, there was a layer of transparent barrier that was faintly discernible. Obviously, there was an extremely powerful restrictive spell set up around the tower. That's the Essence Tower. It's truly spectacular. I never expected that the hundreds of thousands of geniuses in Muqing County would be competing in such a giant tower. I wonder what kind of spectacular sight it will be when the battle for the Yuanqi Tower begins. Gazing at the giant tower in the distance, Zhuan could not help but exclaim in awe. It will inevitably be a grand spectacle, but it will also be an extremely tragic life and death competition. The Yuanqi Tower competition itself is an extremely cruel competition for geniuses. Fan, he shook his head and sighed with emotion. Senior Fan, I wonder how the host, the House of Marquis Qin, will arrange the representatives of the cities? Zhuan suddenly turned his head and asked Fan. Fan, he was slightly startled, but then he smiled and said, "Haha, the representatives of our cities have already been arranged. You see, isn't there a layer of restrictive spell within a few thousand feet of the Origin-Chi Tower? Inside the restrictive spell, there are countless pavilions and pagodas. Those pavilions and pagodas are specially designed for the representatives of our cities to live in. As long as you take the invitation letter issued by the House of Marquis Qin and hand it to the gatekeeper of the restrictive spell, the gatekeeper will naturally assign you to your respective areas." Invitation letter? Hearing this, Zhuan frowned and looked at Guyu Tian behind him. He had never heard of this so-called invitation letter. Seeing Zhuan looking at him, Guyu Tian gently came behind Zhuan and explained in a low voice, "Zhuan, you don't have to worry. The invitation letter is with me. Last time, I went to the prefecture capital with Master Karaki because of this invitation letter." Zhuan heard this and nodded slightly. Since Guyu Tian had the invitation letter, he was not worried. We're almost at the entrance of the restrictive spell. Let's go down quickly. Fan Yi suddenly opened his mouth and said. He steered the flying boat under his feet and slowly landed on a spacious square below. At the end of the square, there was a huge stone door that was dozens of feet wide. 2 heavily armored soldiers were standing in front of the stone door. Zhuan also followed Fan Yi and controlled the Qing fan boat to land on an open space in the square. After the 4 of them alighted, Zhuan waved his right hand and put the Qing fan boat into his Qingquan bag. Zhuan's behavior also attracted the attention of Fan Yi and the others. They did not expect that the precious advanced flying spiritual treasure was not controlled by Guyu Tian, but by Zhuan, the youngest of the 4 of them. Fan Yi and the others could not help but think highly of him. At this time, there were not many people in the square. Obviously, Zhuan and Fan Yi had arrived much earlier than the others. Little friend Zhuan, let's also enter the restrictive spell. For the remaining 2 months, we basically have to live in the attics within the restrictive spell. This is the rule issued by the House of Marquis Qin. Fan Yi smiled at Zhuan. Zhuan nodded slightly. When he was about to go to the stone gate at the end of the square with Fan, a clear voice suddenly sounded from behind. Zhuan, is it really you? A clear and somewhat charming voice rang out, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the square. Zhuan and the others also stopped because of this shout, and then they abruptly turned around. At the entrance of the square, a dozen figures were slowly walking over. The most conspicuous one among them was the sack-clothed old man who was walking at the front. Although the old man had a head of silver hair, his face was extremely rosy, like a baby's face. He was extremely energetic. What attracted Zhuan's attention was not the old man's appearance, but the powerful aura that was faintly emitted from the old man's body. This aura even caused the surrounding air to boil. Heavens! It's actually an ultimate Emperor stage expert. Behind Zhuan, Fan Yi's eyes suddenly widened as he involuntarily exclaimed. The other 8 juniors from Green Dragon City also looked at the old man who was slowly walking over with astonishment. Fan Yi's pupil shrank as he looked at Zhuan in front of him. He could not understand this young man in front of him. He did not expect this young man to be acquainted with an ultimate Emperor stage expert in the province. Behind this old man, there were 3 beautiful figures that were rather eye-catching. As he looked at these 3 beautiful figures, The corners of Wen's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. These three people were actually the three Lin sisters that Wen had met before heading to the ancient cave mansion. They were Lin Meiyu, Lin Chaiyu, and Lin Xiaoyu. The three women were extremely beautiful. Many people in the square were stunned when they saw the three sisters. At this moment, the three women were staring straight at Zhuowen with a look of pleasant surprise on their faces. Zhuowen had saved their lives, and they naturally remembered this kindness. Now that they saw Zhuowen in the square, they were naturally wild with joy. Very quickly, the old man in the lead brought the three sisters over to Zhuowen and the others. "You are Zhuowen?" The leading elder arrived in front of Zhuowen. His eyes stared straight at Zhuowen as he spoke with a faint smile. "This junior is indeed Zhuowen. Greetings, senior." The old man in front of him was an ultimate Emperor stage expert. Zhuowen did not dare to slight him in the slightest. "No need to be so polite. I've heard Lin Meiyu and the other two girls often talk about you, so this old man has some impression of you. 2 years ago, you were able to save Lin Meiyu and the other two from the hands of the Huang family. Therefore, you are a friend of our Lin family." The old man patted Wen's shoulder rather straightforwardly and said with a hearty laugh, "Zhuowen, he is the head of our Lin family and also our grandfather. His name is Lin Yi. He's old and frivolous, so you don't have to pay too much attention to him. I believe that you are also participating in the Yuanqi Tower battle this time. However, you have to be careful. The participants are all powerful geniuses." The rather steady Lin Meiyu suddenly said to Zhuowen, "Oh, that's right. Can you give me the teleportation token that wastrel Lin Xuanzhong gave me back then? Of course, I won't take it back by force, but I'll trade for it. I'll use a high-grade spirit treasure to exchange for that teleportation token. How about that?" Lin Yi suddenly rubbed his hands together and laughed dryly at Zhuowen. "Grandfather, how could you?" The originally silent Lin Xiaoyu suddenly stamped her foot and said somewhat angrily to Lin Yi, "Second girl, don't be angry. I have a great use for the teleportation token. Didn't I say that I will use a high-grade soul treasure to exchange for it? After all, the teleportation token is not very useful to this little fellow. Moreover, it is only a middle-grade soul treasure. Exchanging it for a high-grade soul treasure is actually a profit for this little fellow," Lin Yi suddenly said with a glare. Zhuowen was startled and immediately smiled. Since senior wants the teleportation token, this junior will naturally take it out. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade token from his Chinquan bag. It was the teleportation token that Lin Xuanzhong had given him back then. This teleportation token was only a middle-grade soul treasure. To the current Zhuowen, it was indeed not very useful. It would be better to exchange it for a high-grade soul treasure with Lin Yi. "Kid, this old man likes your straightforward personality." Seeing that Zhuowen took out the teleportation token so straightforwardly, Lin immediately smiled and took the token. He then took out a blue longsword from his Chinquan bag and said, "This longsword is called the Mystic Water Sword. It is a high-grade, low-grade soul treasure. Its attack is quite extraordinary. Use this to exchange for your teleportation token." After receiving the Mystic Water Sword and feeling the power from the sword, Zhuowen nodded slightly and asked Gu Xian and Hu Wuying behind him, "Which one of you is good at using swords?" "Gu Xian is better. My attack style is barehanded close combat." Hu Wuying shook his head slightly and said to Gu Xian, "In that case, this Mystic Water Sword will be given to Gu Xian." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen decisively handed the Mystic Water Sword to Gu Xian. After all, he already had a suitable high-grade soul treasure. This Mystic Water Sword was not very useful to him. After receiving the Mystic Water Sword, Gu Xian could not help but be stunned. Feeling the cold touch from the sword hilt, he asked in disbelief, "Zhuowen, you really intend to give this Mystic Water Sword to me?" "Yes." Zhuowen nodded as a matter of course. Chapter 339. VIP area. Gu Xian's handsome face was filled with excitement as he held the Blackwater sword in his hand. He bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhuowen, I, Gu Xian, owe you a big favor this time." Gu Yutian, who was beside Gu Xian, also looked at Zhuan with gratitude. Although he didn't say anything, he bowed along with Gu Xian. Brother Gu Xian, you don't have to be so polite. After all, we are all representatives of Rattan Armor City. If your strength increases, our chances of winning the battle for the Tower of Vitality will increase. Zhuan waved his hand and smiled. Lin Yi was also surprised by Zhuan's actions. Although the Blackwater Sword was only a high-rank, low-rank spirit treasure, it was still a high-rank spirit treasure. Its value was quite precious. Giving it away like this made Lin Yi quite surprised. Looks like this little guy doesn't care about the Blackwater Sword at all. I'm afraid that Zhuan has even more powerful spirit treasures on him. Lin Yi looked deeply at Zhuan as he muttered to himself. Little friend Zhuan, I'm sure you guys are also planning to enter the VIP area. Why don't we go in together? Lin Yi suddenly laughed and pointed at the thousands of miles of restriction around the Tower of Vitality. So that area is called the VIP area. And that's fine too. Nodding slightly, Zhuan planned to follow Lin Yi and the others through the stone door at the end of the square. However, just as Zhuan was about to take a step, his brows furrowed as he looked at the distant horizon. Zhuan, what's wrong? Zhuan's sudden stop attracted the attention of Gu Xian and the others. Gu Yutian couldn't help but ask, "Wait a moment, I've met an acquaintance." Zhuan shook his head. His eyes were still staring at the sky as he spoke with a slight smile. He could sense a couple of extremely familiar auras rushing over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, they landed in the middle of the square. This was a team of more than 10 people, and at the front of the team were 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings. One of them was sturdy and wore a purple robe, and there was a trace of dominance between his brows. The other was wearing a gray robe and was slightly shorter, but the aura on his body was much more terrifying than that of the purple-robed man. As soon as the team landed in the center of the square, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the square. Everyone looked at the flag on the flying boat in awe. The pattern on the flag was a broken rock, which looked quite lifelike. Of course, it wasn't the flag that made everyone look at them in awe, but the meaning behind the flag. This team was the representative of a super city. It's actually the super city of Broken Rock City. Broken Rock City's strength is one of the best among all the super cities. Moreover, the 2 people leading the group in front of us, one of them is the city lord, Ouyang Yuntu. He's a genuine second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. The other person is the current strongest person in Broken Rock City, Qiu Cho. It is said that he has already reached the 4th-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm. Fan Yi, who was standing at the side, looked at the group of people from Broken Rock City in the center of the square and couldn't help but whisper in awe. Lin Yi, who was leading a large group of people, also frowned slightly. He didn't expect Broken Rock City to be so powerful. Moreover, Qiu Cho, who was standing beside Ouyang Yuntu, gave him an unfathomable feeling. It was likely that Qiu Cho was just as the rumors said. He was already a 4th-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. I really didn't expect that Qiu Cho, who had disappeared for 10 years, would actually reappear. Moreover, his strength has soared to the 4th-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm. It seems that Broken Rock City's strength has increased again. Although it can't be compared to the real super cities, it's not too far off. Lin Yi sighed slightly. The strength of Broken Rock City was no weaker than the Lin family. In fact, its high-end strength was even stronger than the Lin family's. This made Lin Yi quite wary of the people from Broken Rock City. Just as the crowd was discussing the people from Broken Rock City who had just appeared, a young man suddenly walked slowly towards the team from Broken Rock City. His face was filled with a casual and undisciplined expression. "Brother Zhuan, what are you doing? Why are you walking towards the team from Broken Rock City?" Fanny suddenly asked in a low voice, somewhat puzzled. Hearing this, even Lin Yi and the rest of the Lin family members were filled with doubts. Could it be that Zhuan was going to find trouble with them? While everyone was filled with doubts, Gu Yutian, Gu Xian, and the rest appeared to be rather calm. Zhuan had already told them about his relationship with the governor of Broken Rock City. At this moment, they weren't worried about Zhuan at all. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, after the ordinary-looking young man walked into the team from Broken Rock City, the governor of Broken Rock City Ouyang Yuntu, and the unfathomable Cho actually revealed excited expressions. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they gave Zhuowen a rather intimate bear hug. This Brother Zhuowen actually knows the governor of Broken Rock City and the extremely powerful Cho. When he saw Zhuowen, Ouyang Yuntu, and Cho hug, Fan Yi's mind went blank and he exclaimed in disbelief. What was the identity of this young man in front of him? First, he had some connections with the Lin family, one of the 5 great families in the prefecture capital. Now, even the governor of Broken Rock City and the #1 expert, Cho, had such a warm attitude towards him. Could it be that this young man's identity was really extraordinary? Fan Yi looked at Zhuowen's figure not far away, his eyes suddenly filled with reverence. In his heart, he had already secretly regarded Zhuowen as an extremely extraordinary person. Lin Yi, Lin Meiyu, and the rest were also somewhat surprised as they looked at the young man who was mingling with the team from Broken Rock City. Among them, Lin Yi couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that this young man's connections are quite good." The governor of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu, and Cho are actually so warm towards him. The Lin Meiyu and her sister's gazes were also rather complicated as they stared blankly at the young man in the distance. They didn't expect that in just 2 years, Zhuowen had become more and more unfathomable. The governor of a super city had such a different attitude towards the young man. It was obvious that Zhuowen was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. What a coincidence! We actually met Brother Zhuowen on our way to the prefecture capital today. It seems that Brother Zhuowen and our Broken Rock City are quite fated. In the team from Broken Rock City, Ouyang Hanxian smiled as he looked at Zhuowen in front of him. Brother Hanxian, it seems that the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool has a significant effect on you. You have actually broken through to the Ultimate Emperor stage. Let me congratulate you in advance. Looking at the young man in white in front of him and feeling the powerful aura on his body, Zhuowen couldn't help but smile. This is all thanks to Brother Zhuowen's help. Otherwise, the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool might not belong to our Broken Rock City. Moreover, it would be impossible for me to break through to the Ultimate Emperor stage in such a short time. Ouyang Hanxian waved his hand slightly. After catching up with the people from Broken Rock City, Zhuowen led the people from Broken Rock City to Lin Yi, Gu Tian, and the others who were waiting for him in front. When a few teams gathered, it was naturally inevitable for them to exchange greetings. Among them, Fan Yi and the others who represented Green Dragon City were particularly reserved. After all, whether it was Broken Rock City or the Lin family of the prefecture capital, they were not forces on the same level as their small high-class city. Moreover, Rot Tan Armor City, represented by Zhuowen, gave Fan Yi a sense of mystery. Therefore, he naturally thought that his team was the weakest among the 4 teams. Therefore, his behavior became rather timid. The 4 teams came together in front of the stone door at the end of the square and handed over their invitation letters. The guards on both sides of the stone door naturally recognized the representatives of the 2 rather powerful forces, Broken Rock City and the Lin family. When they checked the invitation letters, they were naturally very polite and careful, afraid that they would make the lords in front of them unhappy. Broken Rock City is super city. Lords, please take this token and go to the Heaven Stage loft to choose a room. The guard politely took out a pitch-black token with the word Heaven carved on it. Fan Yi had also mentioned the distribution of the VIP area to Zhuowen. It was divided into 4 major areas: the Heaven Stage, the Earth Stage, the Human Stage, and the Mortal Stage. Each area had a corresponding loft. Among them, the Heaven Stage loft was the most luxurious and comfortable loft. Its area was the most spacious and comfortable. It was specially used to receive the upper-class forces of the super cities and the prefecture capital. The Earth Stage loft was second and was specially provided for the high-class cities. The Human Stage loft was for the middle-class cities. The Mortal Stage loft had the worst living conditions and was naturally allocated to the low-class cities. The Lin family was one of the 5 great families in the prefecture capital. Its influence was also quite powerful. Naturally, It also received a Heaven Stage token. Green Dragon City, a high-class city. Take this Earth Stage token, and you can go to the Earth Stage loft area to choose a room. The guard looked at Fan, E, and the rest in surprise. In his opinion, the super cities and the Lin family were much more powerful than the high-class cities. This small high-class city was actually able to follow behind the two great forces. It seemed that the Green Dragon City was not weak. Therefore, the guard was very polite to them. Of course, this kind of politeness could not be compared to the treatment given to the Broken Rock City and the Lin family. Fan, E, and the rest naturally noticed the expression on the guard's face. However, they did not feel anything strange in their hearts. They also admitted that their influence was naturally not comparable to the two great forces of the Broken Rock City and the Lin family. After receiving the token, Fan, E stared at Zhuowen and the rest who took out the invitation letter. In his opinion, Zhuowen was really too mysterious. He was afraid that there must be an extremely powerful super city behind him. That super city might even be more powerful than Broken Rock City. Otherwise, the governor of Broken Rock City would not be so polite to Zhuowen. After taking out the invitation letter, Guyu Tian handed it to the guard. The guard was very polite. After all, Zhuowen and the rest were talking and laughing with the Broken Rock City and the Lin family. The guard naturally thought that Zhuowen and the rest had a powerful background. However, when the guard looked at the invitation letter, he was suddenly stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. Finally, he looked at Zhuowen and the rest with a strange expression and said, "Rot Tan Armor City, a low-class city. Take this Mortal Stage token, and you can go to the Mortal Stage loft to choose a room." Chapter 340. The people of Green Dragon City watched as Zhuowen and the others calmly accepted the mortal level token. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Zhuowen and the others, who had always been mysterious and powerful in their eyes, were only from a low-level city. Their minds went blank. "Little friend Zhuowen, are you really from a low-level city?" Fanny laughed dryly as he looked at Zhuowen. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him, who was on good terms with Broken Rock City's mayor, Ouyang Yuntu, and the powerful Qiu Chou, was only from a low-level city. He had also sensed that Zhuowen was a great threat to him. It was obvious that the young man in front of him was also very powerful. With such terrifying connections and powerful strength, and at such a young age, he found it hard to imagine that a low-level city could cultivate such a monstrous character. Looking at the indescribably shocked crowd from Green Dragon City, Zhuowen knew that they had misunderstood. He nodded slightly and said, "Senior Fan, our Rot-Tan Armor City is indeed a low-grade city. Mayor Ouyang and Master Lin both know this." Ouyang Yuntu and the others naturally knew Zhuowen's identity very well. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had heard it from the three sisters. Therefore, when Zhuowen admitted that he was from a low-level city, the two of them weren't surprised at all. He cautiously glanced at the expressions of Ouyang Yuntu and Lin Yi behind him. Naturally, he found that the two of them didn't seem surprised at all. Obviously, they already knew about Zhuowen's identity. However, because of this, he was even more surprised. If Zhuowen was a genius from a great power, then it was normal for Ouyang Yuntu to be so friendly towards him. However, Zhuowen just so happened to come from a low-level city. For such a youth without any background to be able to make Ouyang Yuntu and the others so courteous and enthusiastic was truly too unusual. In other words, this seemingly ordinary youth in front of them very likely had a side that made Ouyang Yuntu and the others extremely fearful. "Zhuowen, why don't you move Rot-Tan Armor City to the Sky Pavilion? I, Ouyang Yuntu, still have some face in the house of Marquis Qin. The living conditions in the Mortal Pavilion are extremely bad. I'm afraid you won't be able to get used to it." Ouyang Yuntu suddenly smiled and invited Zhuowen. Ouyang is right. The conditions of the Mortal Pavilion are indeed very poor. Moving to the Heaven Pavilion is a wise choice. With Ouyang and this old man's face, the house of Marquis Qin will agree. Qiu Chou nodded and said. Lin Yi looked at Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou with some surprise. He felt that these two were overly friendly towards Zhuowen. After all, These two were above the Ultimate Emperor realm, and Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were very proud and aloof. It was the first time he had seen them treat a junior so warmly. However, Zhuowen shook his head slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. After all, our Rattan Armor City is only a low-level city. If we rashly move to the Heaven Pavilion, I'm afraid it will be used against us. Moreover, I don't want to cause trouble for you two seniors, so we've decided to move to the Mortal Pavilion." Zhuowen still had quite a bit of conflict with Lu Yuanhua. If he moved to the Heaven Pavilion in such a high-profile manner, wouldn't it quickly attract Lu Yuanhua's attention? At that time, he would really be in trouble. It was better to stay in the Mortal Pavilion. It will be more hidden. Since you've decided, we won't force you. However, you have to do your best in the Origin Chi Tower battle. This old man believes that with your skills, you will definitely perform well in the Origin Chi Tower. Seeing Zhuowen refuse, Ouyang Yuntu and Xiao Cho didn't force him. They chatted with Zhuowen for a while longer before leading the group through the stone door and towards the Heaven Pavilion. After the group from Broken Rock City left, the Lin family didn't stay for long. They bid farewell to Zhuowen and hurriedly entered the stone door. "Senior Fan, we're also going in. We'll take our leave first." Looking at Fan, Yi, and the others in front of him with complicated expressions, Zhuowen cupped his hands and led Guyu Tian and the others through the stone door. Fan Yi sighed softly as he watched the four figures disappear behind the stone door. He said, "It is really unexpected that young friend Zhuowen is only from a low-grade city. It seems that I have misjudged him back then. When we were on the flying boat, I saw that there were only 4 of them. I already suspected that they didn't have a high background. After all, the more powerful a faction is, the more spots it should have. Since there were only 4 of them, they obviously met the quota of a low-level city. These 4 lowly guys have been deceiving us from the beginning. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The green-clothed man beside Fan, he looked at Zhuowen's group of 4 with contempt. He was in a bad mood. After all, they had overestimated the status of Zhuowen's group from the beginning. It was to the extent that they were respectful and timid in front of Zhuowen's group. Now that they thought that the people they were respectful to were only lowly commoners from a low-level city, the other 8 people, including the green-clothed man, were in a bad mood. They couldn't help but curse and ridicule. "Shut up," Fanny shouted in a low voice. He looked coldly at the 8 people who were cursing in front of him. "Do you think that Zhuowen is an ordinary warrior to be able to obtain the appreciation and concern of the city, lord of a super city? Before you curse, use your brains. Zhuowen is very strong. So strong that even existences like Ouyang Yuntu and Xiao Cho want to rope him in. So this old man warns you not to cause trouble for Zhuowen. If I find out, this old man will clean up the house." Fan Yi's shout suddenly suppressed the 8 people in front of him. The 8 people, led by the green-clothed man, lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. As soon as they entered the stone door, Zhuowen and the others discovered that the yuan qi within the restriction was much denser than the outside world. Every breath they took in here was as comfortable as if they had been reborn. The yuan qi inside the restriction is much denser than the other places in the province. It seems that the yuan qi tower is worthy of its reputation. It can actually gather so much yuan qi. Gently inhaling the yuan qi around him, Zhuowen couldn't help but laugh. The yuan qi tower was built by an ancient almighty. It is naturally extraordinary. The closer you get to the yuan qi tower, the more terrifying the yuan qi is. The yuan qi inside the yuan qi tower is even more terrifying. It is said that the yuan qi inside the tower is so dense that it is almost liquid. You only need to wave your hand in the air, and the surrounding yuan qi will turn into liquid. That is truly terrifying. Guyu Tian nodded slightly and said with a smile. When he heard this, Zhuowen's gaze grew even more expectant. No wonder so many geniuses who had participated in the Yuan Energy Tower battle were able to advance by leaps and bounds. It was likely that the environment within the Yuan Energy Tower was inseparable from the reason why so many geniuses were able to survive. Let's go. The Mundane Pavilion is located in the outermost area of a Yuan Qi Tower. It is the place where the Yuan Qi is the thinnest. Guyu Tian pointed at the somewhat uneven and even dilapidated buildings in front of them and slowly walked in that direction. The mundane stage loft was located on a rather vast flat ground. It occupied the narrowest area of the four areas, and the yuan qi concentration was also the thinnest. What made Zhuo and the others even more speechless was that the buildings in the mundane stage loft area were basically dilapidated. From afar, it looked like a sloppy slum. Seeing the dilapidated state of the mundane pavilion, Zhuo and the others couldn't help but frown. This so-called mundane pavilion was even worse than they had imagined. AI. The treatment in a low-level city is really bad. Could it be that other mid-level and high-level cities are considered cities, but our low-level city isn't a city? Is this kind of dilapidated pavilion used to send away beggars? Gu Exan coldly snorted and said with a little displeasure, "No matter where it is, low-level cities are at the bottom of the hierarchy. The fact that the House of Marquis Qin can separate an area for us low-level city representatives is already not bad. Exan Air, you don't have to complain. We are only temporarily staying for 2 months." Guyu Tian shook his head and laughed involuntarily. "I'm just complaining a little." Gu Xian scratched his head and laughed dryly. As they spoke, the four of them also entered the mundane pavilion area. At this time, there were already many cultivators coming in and out of this area. These cultivators were basically gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Obviously, like Zhuo and the others, they were all representatives of low-level cities. There were basically no more than 4 people in each area. In this mundane pavilion area, Zhuo and the others quickly chose a room that looked quite good. Of course, this was only relatively good. Every room in the pavilion had restrictions. These restrictions weren't strong, but they were comparable to the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Generally, cultivators in low-level cities who could reach the Heavenly King realm were so rare that they could be counted on one hand, let alone those who were at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Of course, abnormal monsters like Zhuo were naturally an exception. After choosing their rooms, the 4 of them quietly stayed in their respective rooms and began to silently absorb the rich yuan qi in this area, hoping to make a breakthrough in the remaining 2 months. While Zhuo and the others stayed in the mundane pavilion, silently cultivating and waiting for the yuan qi tower battle in 2 months, LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua were sitting opposite each other in a luxurious pavilion in the House of Marquis Qin, not far from the yuan qi tower. Second brother, General Fei Long, is dead. He died in Rot Tan Armor City. LV Yongsheng looked at Lu Yuanhua and said with a calm expression, "What? General Fei Long is dead? Who killed him? Could it be that Zhuo?" Lu Yuanhua's eyes narrowed as he said with a solemn expression. He was well aware of General Fei Long's strength. Although the former was only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, his strength could be considered to be at the peak of the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Even an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill him, but now he was dead. Moreover, he died in Rot Tan Armor City. Whether or not it was Zhuo who killed him, I'm not sure. However, it should be related to that Zhuo. LV Yongsheng's eyes darkened slightly as he said, "Now that the Yuan Qi Tower battle is about to begin, Rot Tan Armor City will definitely send Zhuo. It seems that I need to find out where Rot Tan Armor City's residence is. I want to see just how much that Zhuo has improved in 2 years." Lu Yuanhua suddenly slapped the armrest of his chair as he coldly snorted. "Third brother, you can't casually attack in the VIP area. If the old guys in the mansion find out, I'm afraid that even father won't be able to protect you." LV Yongsheng frowned as he said, "Second brother, don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I'm only going to probe. If there's no chance, I naturally won't attack. There will be plenty of opportunities after we enter the Yuan Qi Tower. However, if there's a chance, I won't let it go." Exalted Spirit. Chapter 341. In the north of the provincial capital, there was an enormous palace on top of a towering mountain. This palace was the residence of one of the 5 major factions in the provincial capital, the Jade Lady Astral Court. In a pavilion in the palace, which was filled with starlight, a beautiful woman in a veil held a small piece of paper in her hand and muttered, It seems that Zhuowen has also come to the provincial capital. I wonder how strong he will be in 2 years. Senior Sister Qing Lian. At this moment, a fiery red figure suddenly entered the pavilion. It was a young girl in a fiery red dress. At this moment, the young girl's face was full of liveliness. She skipped over to the veiled woman's side and very naturally held the veiled woman's arm. Junior Sister Qing Lian, what brings you here today? The veiled woman was Qing Lian, who had some friendship with Zhuowen in the ancient cavern. She was also a genius of the Jade Lady Astral Court. I heard that you broke through to the Ultimate Emperor stage yesterday, so I came here to congratulate you. I originally thought that I would break through before you, but it seems that I am still far behind you. The veiled woman curled her lips and teased. Qing Lian looked at the pretty face of the veiled woman in front of her and smiled gently. She patted the girl's head and said, Junior Sister Qing Lian, are you still not satisfied? You're only 19 years old this year. It is already very impressive that you have reached the Ultimate Emperor stage at such a young age. Your senior sister is far from being able to compare to you at your age. The corner of the Red Lotus young lady's mouth curled when she heard Qing Lian's praise. A joyous smile blossomed on her pretty face. However, when the Red Lotus saw that Qing Lian was packing her things, she asked uncertainly, Senior, are you going out? Yes, I'm going to the VIP area. Qing Lian smiled and said, VIP area? Our Jade Lady Astral Court is one of the 5 major factions in the provincial capital. We don't have to stay in the VIP area. Even the House of Marquis Qin does not have the power to force us to stay in the Jade Lady Astral Court. Senior sister, why are you going there? Qing Lian's pretty face was filled with doubt. I'm not going to stay in the VIP area. I'm going there to find someone. After packing, Qing Lian walked out of the pavilion. Looking at Qing Lian's departing figure, Qing Lian's eyes flashed. She followed Qing Lian and said, Our pure senior sister Qing Lian is also looking for a man. Junior sister, I also want to see who has made you go there personally. Qing Lian's pretty face blushed when she heard Qing's words. Qing Lian rolled her eyes and said, Junior sister, don't say that. The person I'm looking for is just an ordinary friend of mine. Moreover, you should have heard of him before. He's the Zhuo one that I mentioned before. It's that guy. I heard that he's just a child of a small family from a low-level city. Senior sister, are you really going there to ask him to help our Jade Lady Star Court? He is just a nobody in a low-level city. Does he really have the ability to help us? Qing Lian frowned. Don't underestimate that guy. Lu Yuanhua also suffered a great loss at his hands. Moreover, he has an Earth-rank spirit treasure in the ancient cavern mansion. That Earth-rank spirit treasure alone is enough for us to rope him in. Qing Lian said seriously, What a lucky guy. He has an Earth-rank spirit treasure. But if his strength is too weak, even if he has an Earth-rank spirit treasure, it will be a waste. Qing Lian curled her lips and muttered to herself. In her heart, she disapproved of Zhuowen, whom Qing Lian admired so much. In an inconspicuous room in the dilapidated mortal pavilion, Lu Yuanhua sat on the main seat. He looked around at the dilapidated environment and frowned. Third Prince, I am the manager of the mortal pavilion, Du Yen. Do you need something from me? A middle-aged man knelt in front of Lu Yuanhua. He looked at Lu Yuanhua with reverence. Du Yen was a man with gloomy eyes. He wore gray linen robes, and, judging from his aura, he was roughly a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, his aura was much weaker than an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He had probably relied on external items to forcefully raise his cultivation to the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. A weak half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, like Du Yen, could be easily defeated by a slightly stronger half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. As for General Fei Long, who was at the peak of the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm, he could even escape from a first-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He only needed one move to annihilate Du Yen. Help me check if there are any representatives from Tangjia City in the Mortal Level Loft. If there are, give me the location. LV Yuanhua glanced at Du Yen below with some disdain as he coldly ordered. Many cultivators looked down on cultivators like Du Yin, who had relied on external help to reach the half-step ultimate emperor realm. Lu Yuanhua naturally looked down on Du Yin as well. If it weren't for the fact that Du Yin was the manager of the mortal pavilion, he wouldn't even bother with a servant like him. Du Yin was startled when he heard this. Seeing Lu Yuanhua's unfriendly expression, Du Yin guessed that there were some grievances between Vine Armor City and the Third Prince. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Yin hurriedly took out a golden page from his Chinquan bag. On the surface of this page, there were densely packed words. Moreover, these words would constantly roll and flow with the passage of time. Clearly, this was a kind of spirit treasure that specialized in recording information. Du Yan's face lit up with joy after he checked the page. Found it. Vine Armor City is in room 586 on the 5th floor of the Mortal Pavilion. Lu Yuanhua's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Take me to room 586 immediately." Although Du Yan was extremely weak, his ability to read people's expressions was extremely powerful. Previously, he saw that LV Yuanhua's expression was unfriendly and gloomy. Now, after hearing the news about Tengjia City, his expression became much more hurried. It was very obvious that Tengjia City and LV Yuanhua had an unusual grudge. The Mortal Pavilion only housed the representatives of low-level cities. These low-level cities were extremely low in status and were extremely weak. He didn't think that a noble heir like Lu Yuanhua would travel thousands of miles to find Vine Armor City for any good reason. When he thought of this, Du Yan's eyes lit up. He knew that his chance had come. He knew very well that his talent wasn't enough. Even his ascension to the half-step ultimate emperor realm was forced by medicine. If he didn't encounter a fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to reach the ultimate emperor realm in his lifetime. However, if he could rely on Lu Yuanhua and receive his attention, his status in the House of Marquis Qin would definitely rise, even if he couldn't reach the ultimate emperor realm. As he planned his heart, Du Yin carefully asked Lu Yuanhua, "Sir, do you have any grudges against Vine Armor City? If you do, I can give you some advice and help you deal with any future problems." Lu Yuanhua was originally a bit impatient, but after hearing Du Yan's words, he calmed down. He had come this time to test Zhuowen. Of course, if he could get rid of Zhuowen first, he would be more than happy to do so. However, there were many restrictions in the VIP area. Even as the heir of the House of Marquis Qin, he couldn't casually make a move in the VIP area. If he violated the rules, he was afraid that some of the old fellows in the House of Marquis Qin would target him. Du Yan was the manager of the Mortal Pavilion. Perhaps he had a way to get rid of Zhuowen from Vine Armor City. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuanhua said indifferently, "As the manager of the Mortal Pavilion, you should know many rules. If I want to get rid of the representative of Vine Armor City without anyone knowing, is there any way to do so? If you can give me a good suggestion, I don't mind giving you a promotion." When Du Yan heard this, a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. He knew that his chance had come. He immediately smiled and said, "It is almost impossible to get rid of Vine Armor City without anyone knowing. However, if you change the method, I can still get rid of all the representatives of Vine Armor City legitimately." "Oh, what good method do you have?" When Lu Yuanhua heard that there was hope, a trace of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly asked, "Although killing is not allowed in the VIP area, there are always exceptions. In the past, the representatives of the cities who didn't follow the rules in the VIP area were basically handed over to the managers of the respective areas to deal with. If Sir wants to deal with the representative of Vine Armor City, you only need to make the representative break the rules here first. When the time comes, we will have sufficient reason and authority to arrest him. When the time comes, won't it be up to Sir to deal with him?" Du Yan laughed coldly. When Lu Yuanhua heard this, his eyes lit up, and he continued to say, "That makes sense. However, how can we make Vine Armor City break the rules? Now that the battle for the Vitality Tower is approaching, I'm afraid that many of the city representatives are busy training in seclusion. If they don't take the initiative to break the rules, we can naturally create a trap and make them obediently step into it. The specific method is like this. As he spoke, Du Yin cautiously transmitted his voice to Lu Yuanhua and described the plan he had thought of. The more Lu Yuanhua heard, the more joy on his face became. He laughed and said, "Good plan. Du Yin, if you can really help me capture the representative of Vine Armor City, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." When Du Yin heard this, he quickly knelt on the ground and said with a face full of joy, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely do this well. When the time comes, just wait for my good news. I will go and arrange it now." Go, but do it secretly. Don't let anyone discover any loopholes, understood?" Nodding slightly, Lu Yuanhua coldly warned. Du Yan's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "Rest assured, sir. I will definitely do it flawlessly." Chapter 342. Conflict in a room within the mundane pavilion. A youth was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, silently absorbing the rich yuan qi around him. The yuan qi in the air was like a whirlpool as it rapidly entered the youth's body. Huff! The youth exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. However, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm still too greedy. I've just broken through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, and I'm already trying to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Kid, the Ultimate Emperor realm isn't that easy to break through. Although your body contains the power of the world within the 9 extreme Emperor origin pool, you've only been in the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm for a short period of time. I'm afraid it's not very possible for you to break through again." Xiaohei suddenly emerged from between Zhuowen's brows and rolled his eyes at Zhuowen. Slightly nodding his head, Zhuowen said, "It looks like there's a bottleneck after reaching the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. If there aren't any opportunities, I'm afraid it'll take a long time to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Yes, this Yuan Qi Tower is your opportunity. This Dragon Lord can sense that there are many ancient ruins within the tower. There are probably many good things in those ruins." Xiaohei nodded his head lightly. Hearing Xiaohei mention the Yuan Qi Tower, Zhuowen suddenly asked, "Xiaohei, you're also an existence that has lived since the ancient times. How much do you know about this Yuan Qi Tower?" The ancient city lord said that this Yuan Qi Tower appeared after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Could it be that this Yuan Qi Tower is related to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Xiaohei's expression instantly changed when he heard this. He said coldly, "Kid, didn't this Dragon Lord tell you? If your strength hasn't reached a certain level, it's best that you don't try to find out about the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. If you really do find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. In any case, there are many opportunities within the Yuan Qi Tower. You should grasp them yourself." After saying that, Xiaohei did not give Zhuowen a chance to speak. With a swoosh, she turned into a ray of black light and entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. There was not the slightest sound after that. Zhuowen felt a little helpless when he saw that Xiaohei was no longer speaking. It seemed that the calamity 10,000 years ago really had some unspeakable secrets. Otherwise, Xiaohei would not even dare to speak about it, as if she was extremely afraid of it. "I really don't know what happened 10,000 years ago. Xiaohei doesn't even dare to mention it." Zhuowen shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Dong dong dong." Suddenly, a hurried knocking sound rang out in the room, causing Zhuowen to furrow his brows. He got up and opened the door, only to see a young man standing outside with a somewhat hurried breathing. Wasn't this young man their Rattan Armor City's Hu Wuying? However, at this moment, Hu Wuying was in a rather sorry state, and his face was somewhat bruised. "Wuying, what's wrong?" Zhuowen asked with a frown when he saw the sorry state Hu Wuying was in. "Zhuowen, someone is targeting our Rattan Armor City. Just now, Gu Exine, the city lord, and I wanted to go out for a stroll and see the other places in the VIP area. However, we were suddenly stopped for no reason. When those people saw us, they attacked us without saying anything," Hu Wuying said in a low voice with hatred as he covered his bruised face. "Someone actually dared to attack us in the VIP area? Don't they know that fighting is not allowed in the VIP area? If the administrator finds out, I'm afraid that we will be directly arrested and disqualified from participating in the Origin Qi Tower battle." Zhuowen said with a slightly changed expression. Hu Wuying also said with a bitter smile, "We also warned them, but those people didn't listen and directly attacked us. I heard that it was Tianguang City that attacked us. Although Tianguang City is also a low-level city, its strength is indeed infinitely close to that of a mid-level city. Its city lord is also a heavenly king realm expert. We were no match for them. Brother Gu and the city lord risked their lives to get me to come back and report." Tianguang City? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. There were less than 2 months until the Origin Chi Tower battle. The representatives of every city should be busy preparing for the Origin Chi Tower battle. Why was it that the strongest low-level city, Tianguang City, had acted out of the norm and attacked them directly? Moreover, their target was their Rattan Armor City. Rattan Armor City and Tianguang City had never come into contact before. This kind of action for no reason was truly inconceivable. Let's go take a look." Thinking of this, Zhuowen strode out of the loft. Under Hu Wuying's lead, he directly rushed towards the scene of the incident. In an open space a few dozen feet away from the mortal stage loft, many cultivators had already gathered. They all stopped and looked towards the center of the open space. In the center of the open space, there were 7 figures. 5 of them were gathered together and surrounded the other 2. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the 2 figures who were surrounded were Gu Xian and Gu Yutian. At this moment, the 2 of them were glaring at the 5 people who had surrounded them. Those 5 people seemed to be the representatives of Tianguang City. I didn't expect them to dare to attack in the VIP area. Aren't they afraid of being directly arrested by the administrator and being disqualified? Can't you see? It's been so long, but the administrator and the guards haven't come. Obviously, they plan to turn a blind eye to this. I'm afraid that Tianguang City has a good relationship with the administrator. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Rattan Armor City is in trouble. The city lord of Tianguang City is a heavenly king realm cultivator, and the strength of Tianguang City is extremely close to that of an intermediate city. I'm afraid that this unknown Rattan Armor City is in trouble. The surrounding cultivators who had gathered to watch pointed and discussed animatedly. They all looked at Gu Xian and Gu Yutian with pity. Although fighting was not allowed in the VIP area, there were exceptions to everything. This was because the VIP area was under the charge of the administrator. If the administrator turned a blind eye, even if the city representative made a move, they would not be held accountable. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Rattan Armor City doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. Gu Yutian looked coldly at the 5 people around him and said angrily. Among the 5 people who had gathered, one of them was about the same age as Gu Yutian. He looked to be about 30 years old and had a full beard. The other 4 were much younger. The middle-aged man with a full beard was the city lord of Tianguang City, Lu Ruofeng. His strength had reached the initial heavenly king realm. This kind of strength was considered a top expert in a low-level city. After all, Gu Yutian, as the city lord of Rattan Armor City, was only at the complete Earth King realm. He was only slightly stronger than Gu Xian. The 4 youths sent by Tianguang City this time were all quite strong. They were all above the Earth King realm, and the strongest among them had reached the complete Earth King realm. What? Can I look for trouble with you? Can I look at you with disdain? Lu Ruofeng glanced at Gu Yutian contemptuously and sneered. Ew. Hearing those words, Gu Xian was so furious that his body trembled. The people in front of him were really too detestable. The 3 of them had originally been strolling around this place. Yet these 5 people had suddenly appeared in front of them and attacked them without any explanation. Want to fight? Come. Let's exchange blows with your grandfather. A black-clothed youth with a gloomy face behind Lu Ruofeng clenched his fists and sneered at Gu Xian. This black-clothed youth was the strongest among the younger generation in Tianguang City. He was also Lu Ruofeng's son. His name was Lu Feng, and he was quite talented. His age was similar to Gu Xian's, but his strength had already reached the complete Earth King realm. Are you sure you said that? If you're killed by me later, don't blame me. Gu Xian looked coldly at Lu Feng in front of her. Kill me? You're just a guy at the complete Earth King realm, and you are weaker than me. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Hearing this, Lu Feng's face suddenly revealed a trace of anger. He took a step forward and directly rushed towards Gu Xian. Yuan power burst out from his body and tore the surrounding air apart. Looking at Lu Feng rushing towards her, Gu Xian's face did not show the slightest trace of fear. She also took a step forward and Yuan power burst out. Her right hand's 5 fingers formed a fist and directly punched towards Lu Feng. Boom! Fist against fist, instantly colliding with each other. An explosive shock wave suddenly swept out from the point of contact, causing the dust on the ground to fill the air. Dang, dang, dang. With a muffled groan, Gu Xian directly retreated dozens of steps. She coldly looked at Lu Feng, who was not far away. Lu Feng had also retreated in the previous exchange. However, he only retreated 3 steps. The gap between the two could be seen at a glance. You have some ability. However, the gap between us is already very obvious. Do you still want to struggle? If you kneel down and kowtow 10 times and lick my shoes, I will consider not killing you. I will only beat you half to death. Looking at Gu Xian, who had an ugly expression on her face, Lu Feng coldly laughed. I should be the one saying that. Gu Xian coldly snorted. She once again took a step forward and fearlessly rushed towards Lu Feng. You overestimate yourself. See if I don't cripple you. Lu Feng's expression was somewhat ugly. He patted his chinquin bag and took out a blue long spear. From the aura emitted from the surface of the long spear, it was obvious that it was a powerful mid-grade soul treasure. Yuan power suddenly poured into the long spear. Lu Feng's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. His hands suddenly shot out, and the long spear in his hands directly left his hands. Wave-breaking spear technique. The long spear broke through the air, and an endless amount of waves surged into the surroundings. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a vast ocean and directly pressed towards Gu Xian. Looking at the powerful long spear in front of her, Gu Xian was not the slightest bit afraid. She also patted her chinquin bag and took out a long sword that flickered with a blue light. A suffocating aura suddenly burst out from the long sword. Black water sword. Ice dragon in the sky. Her hands formed a sword seal, and the ground in front of Gu Xian suddenly shattered. A huge ice dragon that was dozens of feet long suddenly rushed out from the ground. It roared towards the sky and directly flew towards the long spear in front of it. Chapter 343. Run amok. It's actually a high-grade soul treasure. Rattan Armor City is only a low-grade city. How can it have a high-grade soul treasure? It's so powerful. This is the first time I've seen the power of a high-grade soul treasure. Looks like Rattan Armor City is not ordinary. It actually has a high-grade soul treasure, which is such a rare treasure. When Gu Xian displayed the power of the Blackwater Sword, it immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The mundane pavilion was the representative of a low-grade city, so it was pitiful to have a middle-grade soul treasure, let alone a high-grade soul treasure. Rattan Armor City did not have a high-grade soul treasure back then. If it were not for Zhuan, Gu Xian would not have a high-grade soul treasure. This was also why the surrounding crowd was so shocked when Gu Xian took out the Black Eye Sword. Many people even revealed a trace of greed in their eyes. In a low-grade city, a high-grade soul treasure was definitely a treasure that people would fight over. Oh, in midair, the huge ice dragon swept towards the long spear like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it violently collided with the long spear. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Under the impact of the ice dragon, the long spear in midair suddenly shattered inch by inch. The ice dragon's momentum did not decrease as it swept towards the stunned Lu Feng in front of it. Its huge dragon mouth directly bit towards Lu Feng's head. Bastard, how dare you! A loud shout suddenly rang out, following which, a burly figure appeared on the ice dragon's head. He directly smashed the ice dragon's head with a 1,000-pound fall. Powerful Yuan power suddenly surged out, and the surrounding air was torn apart, forming a vacuum area. Oh, The ice dragon raised its head and let out a sorrowful cry. Under the power of the 1,000-pound fall, it actually shattered inch by inch from head to tail. Pucci! Gu Xin spat out a mouthful of blood and could not help but continuously retreat. Finally, with the help of Gu Tian, she stopped her body. Xin, are you all right? Leaning against Gu Xion's back, Gu Tian asked worriedly. At this time, Gu Xion's face was extremely pale, and she forced a smile to Gu Tian beside her. Father, don't worry. I'm fine. After he finished speaking, his gaze was filled with fear as he looked at the sturdy figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was Lu Feng's father, Lu Ruofeng. Father, this bastard almost killed me. You can't let that bastard off. Lu Feng, who was hiding behind Lu Ruofeng, patted his chest with lingering fear. He glared venomously at Gu Xin and said viciously, "The power of Gu Xion's ice dragon in the sky was simply too terrifying." Lu Feng knew that if Lu Ruofeng hadn't come to his rescue in time, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fenger, don't worry. Even if you didn't say it, this old man wouldn't have let these two guys off. Lu Ruofeng smiled faintly as he stared at the profound ice sword in Gu Xion's hand. He didn't expect that Gu Xion and Gu Tian, who came from a low-grade city, would actually possess a high-grade soul treasure. It should be known that even their Tianguang city didn't possess such a soul treasure. Kid, hand over the high-grade soul treasure in your hands. Kneel on the ground and kowtow 10 times, and this old man will consider leaving your corpses intact. Lu Ruofeng slowly walked towards Gu Xion and Gu Tian, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. Aren't you afraid that the administrator of this area will appear for committing such atrocities? If the administrator knows that you attacked us, you won't be able to live either. Gu Tian angrily said as he looked at Lu Ruofeng, who was slowly walking towards them. Administrator? Lu Ruofeng shook his head. If the administrator really wanted to interfere, he would have already appeared when we started fighting. However, he still hasn't appeared, which means that he has already tacitly approved of our Tianguang city's actions. Lu Ruofeng's eyes were filled with ridicule. The reason why Tianguang City targeted Tengjia City was not without reason. It was because the administrator of the mundane loft, Du Yin, was manipulating them from behind the scenes. That was why they dared to act so unscrupulously. Damn it, Gu Xian cursed bitterly. He knew that Lu Ruofeng was right. They had been in a deadlock for so long, but there was no movement from the administrator's side. He probably didn't intend to interfere. So, you'd better obediently accept your deaths. This old man will gladly accept the high-grade soul treasure in your hands. With a sneer, Lu Ruofeng stomped his foot on the ground. Powerful Yuan power formed a violent gale around his body, enveloping his entire body. Like an arrow, he abruptly closed in on Gu Xion and Gu Tian. His 5 fingers clenched and crackled as he directly smashed towards the two. Boom! Boom! The powerful force caused a series of violent explosions in the air, as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many of the surrounding cultivators retreated in awe. A Heavenly King Realm cultivator was no longer a level they could come into contact with. Gu Xion's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly raised the black water sword in his hand and blocked in front of him. Gu Tian beside him also took out a defensive mid-grade soul treasure from his Chinquan bag and blocked in front of him. Both of them displayed their most powerful defensive techniques, hoping to block Lu Ruofeng's attack. Boom! Just one punch directly hit the defense that Gu Xion and Gu Tian had carefully arranged. With a clear cracking sound, the two's defense crumbled inch by inch like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The black water sword in Gu Xion's hand was also shaken by the powerful force and fell out of his hand. Pucci! Gu Xion and Gu Tian both spat out blood. Like withered leaves, they flew backward and smashed into the ground more than 10 meters away, creating a huge pit. Lu Ruofeng did not continue to pursue. Instead, he looked at the black water sword that had been sent flying and stuck in the ground with blazing eyes. He pulled it out and held it in his hand. Feeling the cold touch of the hilt of the black water sword, Lu Ruofeng could not help but laugh. In the deep pit, Gu Xian looked at the black water sword in Lu Ruofeng's hand. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. However, he was seriously injured at this time and had no ability to take back the black water sword from Lu Ruofeng. Those two are really unlucky. Their high-grade soul treasures were taken away just like that. Skylight City is considered an extremely powerful existence among all the low-grade cities, almost comparable to a mid-grade city. As the city lord of Skylight City, Lu Ruofeng is at the initial Heavenly King realm. Although those two have high-grade soul treasures, they are too weak. They deserve to be robbed. The onlookers were also in an uproar. Although many people desired the black water sword in Lu Ruofeng's hand, they were afraid of Lu Ruofeng's strength and no one dared to snatch it. Thump, 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 thump. At this moment, some clear footsteps slowly approached, immediately attracting the attention of many people. At the entrance of the open space, two figures were hurriedly walking over. Of these two figures, one of them looked a little anxious and his cheeks were a little bruised. Although the other person looked quite calm, there was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. These two people were Zhuowen and Hu Wuying, who had just arrived. At this time, the two of them also saw Gu Xian and Gu Yutian lying in the deep pit not far away. Their faces suddenly changed, and they quickly walked into the deep pit. Take these two pills. They can temporarily suppress the injuries in your body. Zhuowen took out two pills from his chinquin bag and quickly stuffed them into their mouths. After seeing Zhuowen, Gu Xian and Gu Yutian finally felt completely relieved. Unknowingly, they had already regarded the young man in front of them as their backbone. The pills melted as soon as they entered their mouths, and a rich medicinal power immediately spread throughout their bodies. In an instant, the injuries in their bodies were suppressed. Feeling the suppressed injuries in their bodies, the two of them immediately revealed a glimmer of light in their eyes. Zhuowen, thank you very much, but the black water sword you gave me was snatched away. Looking at the young man in front of her, Gu Xian said rather shamefully, "Don't blame yourself. That guy is much stronger than the two of you. It's normal that you can't beat him. Leave the rest to me." After discovering that Gu Xian and Gu Yutian were not seriously injured, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. Then, he gloomily looked at Lu Ruofeng, who was holding the black water sword not far away and looking at them with a mocking gaze. Looks like these two are also from Rattan Armor City. However, even Rattan Armor City's city lord, Gu Yutian, was no match for Lu Ruofeng. These two are simply courting death by coming here. The surrounding people looked at Zhuowen and Hu Wuying, who had just arrived, and could not help but sigh softly. They could imagine that the four people in front of them would very likely be killed by Lu Ruofeng. Looking at Gu Xian and Gu Yutian, who were not far away, a trace of surprise appeared in Lu Ruofeng's eyes. Then, he locked his gaze on the young man in front of him, who was staring at him fearlessly. He chuckled coldly and said, "Brat, that medicinal pill of yours was pretty good. Give me all the medicinal pills in your chinquin bag, and this old man may spare your life." His eyes gradually narrowed. Zhuowen suddenly extended 3 fingers and said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you return the black water sword to me, I'll leave your body intact. If you don't give it to me, I'll directly blast you to smithereens." When Zhuowen's words came out, the surroundings suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone looked strangely at the young man in front of them. Then, wanton laughter sounded from all around. A brat who stinks of his mother's milk dares to speak such arrogant words in front of this old man. This old man is going to die from laughter. Ha! Lu Ruofeng and the 4 people behind him also laughed wantonly. They did not have any scruples about Zhuowen in front of them. 1, 2, 3. Ignoring Lu Ruofeng's wanton mockery, Zhuowen pretended to count down. When he reached the 3rd count, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly stomped his foot and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ruofeng. "Since you don't want to seize the opportunity, you can go to hell." A faintly discernible voice reverberated in the open space. Then, Zhuowen suddenly threw a punch, aiming directly at Lu Ruofeng's head. So fast, Lu Ruofeng's expression changed. He did not expect Zhuowen's speed to be so fast. However, he was not afraid. After all, Zhuowen looked about 18 years old. He did not think that Zhuowen's strength could be that strong. Therefore, he also threw a punch, which directly collided with Zhuowen's fist. Crack! Chapter 344. Administrator Du Yana's shrill scream resounded in the air. It was ear-piercing and deafening. The onlookers were shocked to find that the one who screamed wasn't the young man who had just appeared as they had expected. Instead, it was the extremely powerful Lu Ruofeng. Is that all you've got? A cold smile appeared on Zhuowen's face as he stared coldly at Lu Ruofeng, whose right hand was fractured. Bastard! The veins on Lu Ruofeng's forehead bulged as he roared angrily. The black water sword in his left hand stabbed towards Zhuowen's chest. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in the open space. Lu Ruofeng was shocked to find that the black water sword in his hand stabbed into the young man's chest as if it had stabbed into a rock. It could not break through the young man's physical defense at all. How is this possible? How can your physical body be so tough? Even a high-grade soul treasure can't break through it? Lu Ruofeng's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. At the same time, the surrounding onlookers also saw this scene. Everyone's eyes suddenly bulged at this moment, and the depths of their eyes were filled with thick disbelief. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. The black water sword was a high-grade soul treasure, but it could not pierce through the young man's physical body. At this moment, Lu Ruofeng was truly terrified. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He could even withstand a high-grade soul treasure. Furthermore, he could feel the powerful energy contained in the young man's body. It could be said that the young man in front of him could crush him like an ant if he wanted to. Little brother, we failed to recognize you just now. Please forgive us. You don't have to waste your time with us. We'll return this black water sword to you. Lu Ruofeng saw that something was wrong and knelt on the ground. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. Seeing Lu Ruofeng kneel down so straightforwardly, many people around were stunned. Lu Ruofeng, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now kneeling on the ground so humbly. The contrast between before and after was really too big. Is this young man really from a low-grade city? To be able to defeat Lu Ruofeng so easily, he must be at least at the advanced Heavenly King stage, or even at the complete Heavenly King stage. What is the origin of this Rattan Armor City? To think that such a terrifying genius could appear. Everyone's gazes converged on the young man in the middle of the open space. Discussions broke out everywhere, causing an uproar. Taking the Blackwater sword, Zhuowen stared coldly at the kneeling Lu Ruofeng. His eyes were filled with coldness as he asked coldly, "Who sent you here?" At this moment, Zhuowen's mind was exceptionally clear. Tingguang City was very far away from Rattan Armor City. Under normal circumstances, the two cities would not have much interaction, let alone any grievances. But today, Lu Ruofeng had taken the initiative to bring people to cause trouble for Rattan Armor City for no reason. Furthermore, it was in the VIP area where private fights were not allowed. All of this was too strange in Zhuowen's eyes. When Lu Ruofeng heard this, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He did not expect that the young man in front of him was not only powerful, but his senses were also so sharp that he could instantly sense that something was wrong. Little brother, you might have misunderstood. We didn't have anyone behind us. We just mistook you for someone else. This old man mistook your people for my former enemies, Lu Ruofeng's lips trembled slightly as he laughed awkwardly. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt an intense pain coming from his left arm, following which the crisp sound of bones cracking rang out once again. It was exceptionally loud in the open space. With a blood-curdling scream, Lu Ruofeng was shocked to find that the young man in front of him had unceremoniously stepped on his left arm. Powerful Yuan power invaded his arm, causing the bones within to shatter. Zhuowen's face was filled with indifference. He coldly stared at Lu Ruofeng, who was sweating profusely, and said, "You won't speak? then you're completely useless. You could die now. A murderous intent burst forth from Zhuan's eyes, following which Zhuan waved his right hand. The Blackwater sword in his hand cut through the air and directly pierced towards Lu Ruofeng's forehead. Wait, I'll speak. Don't kill me. Looking at the Blackwater sword that was getting closer and closer, Lu Ruofeng felt an extremely cold, murderous intent and hurriedly shouted, "Chi!" The Blackwater sword suddenly stopped an inch away from Lu Ruofeng's forehead. The cold light emitted by the blade faintly shot into Lu Ruofeng's eyes, causing him to involuntarily shiver. "Speak. If you dare to lie, this Blackwater sword will directly pierce through your forehead," Zhuan expressionlessly said as he pointed the Blackwater sword at Lu Ruofeng's forehead. Lu Ruofeng bitterly laughed and said, "Actually, this matter is..." Just as Lu Ruofeng was about to reveal the mastermind behind this, his gaze suddenly changed, following which a destructive energy abruptly came crashing down from above Lu Ruofeng's head. This energy suddenly transformed into a huge golden palm several dozen feet from the ground. With Lu Ruofeng as the center, it directly enveloped an area of several dozen feet. Zhuan and Lu Ruofeng were both enveloped by this huge palm. Rumble. An earth-shaking rumble resounded throughout the entire open space, following which an endless wave of qi swept through the air along with a cloud of dust, causing the spectating cultivators to retreat more than 10 meters in the face of this huge wave of qi. Zhuan, Gu Xian, Gu Yutian, and Hu Wuing, who were originally at the edge of the open space, couldn't help but retreat continuously because of this powerful wave of qi. After they stopped moving, their gazes converged on the center of the open space. They couldn't help but shout out loud, their voices filled with fear and worry. What a powerful origin energy palm. This power is almost at the level of an ultimate half-step Emperor Realm expert. Lu Ruofeng and that youth are dead for sure. In the mundane pavilion, only one person has the strength of an ultimate half-step Emperor Realm expert. That person is the manager of the mundane pavilion. Could it really be the manager who made a move? How ruthless. He didn't even ask for the reason and actually killed Lu Ruofeng and that youth. Fearful discussions resounded throughout the entire empty ground. Everyone's gazes were filled with respect as they stared at the five-finger mountain like giant yuan power palm that stood firmly in the middle of the empty ground. They knew that Lu Ruofeng and the youth who had suddenly appeared would be crushed into meat patties under the pressure of this mountain-like origin energy palm. Not even their bones would be left behind. Two figures stood on a high ground not far from the open space. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in gray, while the other was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. His entire body exuded a noble aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man dressed in gray stood respectfully behind the purple-robed youth. A fawning smile appeared on his face as he said, "Third Prince, aren't you being too cautious? Although Zhuan's strength isn't bad, he's not that strong. This lowly one only needs to make a slight move to kill him." These two people were the manager of the Mortal Stage Pavilion, Du Yin, and the third prince of the House of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua, who had schemed against Zhuan. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua had his hands behind his back. His brows were slightly furrowed as he recalled the various powerful performances of Zhuan in the ancient cave mansion. He didn't believe that Zhuan would be so easily dealt with. If Zhuan really hadn't made any progress in these 2 years, then it was obviously unnecessary for him to mobilize so many people to plot against Zhuan. Yes, if that Zhuan is really dead, that would be the best. As for the remaining people from Rotan Armor City, don't let them go either. Go capture all of them and secretly deal with them. Lu Yuanhua said with a cold expression as he nodded slightly. When Du Yin heard this, a trace of a smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, "Third Prince, don't worry. This lowly one will take care of these small matters." As he spoke, Du Yin slightly bowed and slowly retreated. Not long after, Du Yin brought more than 10 heavily armored guards and rushed towards the open space at lightning speed. These guards were all his subordinates who were the administrators. The manager is here. Everyone be careful. The manager really came. It seems like the one who acted just now was the manager. Lu Ruofeng and that youth are really too unlucky. They provoked the manager to act. They deserve to die. Looking at Du Yin, who was leading a group of people from not far away, the expressions of the people around the open space changed slightly as they started to discuss spiritedly. As soon as Du Yin arrived at the center of the open space, his viper-like gaze stared directly at the edge of the open space. He stared at Gu Xian, Gu Yutian, and Hu Wuying, who were in a daze. He waved his hand and coldly said, "Capture the three of them." When Gu Yutian and the other two heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Gu Yutian hurriedly said, "Manager, why do you want to capture us?" In the beginning, it was clearly Tingguang City that caused trouble for our people from Rotan Armor City. Also, was the one who acted just now you, manager? Why are you attacking our people from Rotan Armor City? Our House of Marquis Qin has long since set a rule. In this VIP area, all representatives of the cities are not allowed to fight privately. However, your people from Rotan Armor City and Tingguang City are audacious. You actually knowingly broke the law. You should all be killed. Take them all away. Du Yin coldly snorted. The corners of his mouth were filled with a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, the numerous guards behind him immediately surrounded Gu Yutian and the other two. As Gu Yutian and the other two were seriously injured, they were quickly unable to withstand the attacks of the numerous guards and were captured one after another. What a bunch of ants that don't know death. They actually want to resist me. Looking at Gu Yutian and the other two who were captured in an instant, Du Yan's gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, a clear sound of footsteps suddenly came slowly from the center of the open space and reverberated around the open space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 345. Defeating Du Yin. Someone is still alive after taking this old man's all-out attack. Du Yin frowned and muttered to himself as he stared at the vague figure emerging from the rolling dust. Although his strength had been forcibly raised to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm through the use of pills, a full-powered attack was not something a Heavenly King stage cultivator could withstand. Lu Ruofeng was only at the initial Heavenly King stage, so he would definitely die under Du Yan's attack. As for Zhuowen, his aura was even weaker than Lu Ruofeng's because he had deliberately concealed his aura. Therefore, Du Yan did not think much of Zhuowen at all. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew past, blowing away all the dust in the center of the open space. Then, the originally faintly discernible figure finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It's that young man. How is this possible? The administrator is a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm expert. How could he not be killed by a full-powered attack? Is this young man really from a low-grade city? When the slender young figure finally appeared before everyone's eyes, it immediately caused an uproar in the open space. Everyone stared in disbelief at the spotless figure in the center of the open space. The person who had appeared before everyone was Zhuowen. At this moment, long swords were flying around Zhuowen. There were a total of 108 sword-shaped soul treasures. It was the Boundless Sword Aura, a grade 4 Yuan array. The Yuan Chi palm that had suddenly descended from the sky had been completely blocked by the Boundless Sword Aura that surrounded Zhuowen's body. Just now, the person who attacked was you? Zhuowen raised his head slightly and stared coldly at Du Yin, who was not far away. He spoke word by word, his voice filled with a cold, killing intent. A killing intent that seemed to have materialized surged out from Zhuowen's eyes. When Du Yin felt this cold, killing intent, his heart clenched and his body trembled involuntarily. Damn it, this brat is just a lowly commoner from a low-level city. This old man was actually frightened by him just now. After coming back to his senses, Du Yan's face immediately flushed red. He glared at Zhuowen in front of him and said, "Looks like you have some ability. You actually didn't die after taking this old man's one move head-on. However, this old man can clearly tell you that your Vine Armor City is having a private fight in the VIP area, so immediately surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." When Du Yan's words left his mouth, quite a number of people in the surroundings gathered their gazes on Zhuo. One by one, they involuntarily shook their heads. Although they were quite surprised that Zhuo was able to survive Du Yan's attack. Now that the manager Du Yan had personally come, the young man in front of them was really finished. To be able to survive Sir Manager's attack, this brat is definitely hiding his strength. It's a pity that he offended Sir Manager. Now, everything is over. Sighs immediately sounded from the surroundings. They could feel that Zhuo's strength was much stronger than the geniuses from low-level cities like them. They were afraid that he would perform well in this Vitality Tower battle. Unfortunately, he had violated the rules of the VIP area. Surrender without a fight? I'm really sorry. Even if you're the manager of the Mundane Pavilion, you are not qualified to arrest me. Zhuo shook his head and then stomped his foot on the ground. His entire body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and instantly arrived above Du Yan. His gaze was extremely cold. Du Yan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the young man in front of him would actually make a move. He simply did not put the rules of the VIP area in his eyes. Damn, brat, you actually know the rules and break them. In that case, I will immediately execute you on the spot. Du Yan coldly snorted as a strong killing intent emerged in his eyes. He patted his Chinquan bag and directly took out a huge double-edged axe. Yuan power poured into the double-edged axe like a tide. With his left foot as the axis, he stomped his right foot, and his entire body spun half a circle. The huge double-edged axe carried the power to tear through the air and fiercely smash toward Zhuo. Looking at the incoming axe, there was not the slightest trace of fear in Zhuo's eyes. With a thought, endless mental energy gushed out like a tide and directly formed a transparent mental energy wall in front of him. Boom! The huge axe fiercely slammed into the mental energy wall. The aftermath of the powerful force was like ripples in water, spreading across the entire open space. Some of the weaker warriors were frightened and quickly retreated. Mental energy? You're actually an Arcanist? And a grade 3 Arcanist at that? Looking at the mental energy wall that blocked his huge axe, Du Yan's pupils shrank slightly. He could not help but exclaim, his face full of shock. In the entire Heavenly Armor continent, the status of an Arcanist was very respected. A grade 3 Arcanist was comparable to the governor of an ordinary high-grade city. The status of a grade 4 Arcanist was incomparably noble. Even some nobles did not dare to slight them in the slightest. Du Yan could feel that the mental energy displayed by the young man in front of him was at least at the perfect grade 3 realm. This was an existence that was only one step away from becoming a grade 4 Arcanist. Moreover, what made Du Yan even more frightened was that the young man in front of him looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. For such a young man to possess mental energy at the perfect grade 3 realm, it was likely that he had an extremely terrifying grade 4 Arcanist master behind him. A grade 4 Arcanist was an existence that even Muqin Marquis would not dare to casually offend. How is this possible? How can such a young grade 3 Arcanist appear in a small low-grade city? This is simply impossible. Du Yan panicked. Even though he was a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert and the manager of the VIP area, such a lowly position could not compare to a grade 3 Arcanist. While Du Yan's thoughts were in a mess, Zhuo's gaze focused. With a thought, the boundless sword force around him moved at the same time. Long swords that flowed with brilliant light cut through the void, rumbling as they swept towards Du Yan below. Feeling the biting cold light above him, Du Yan came to his senses. He raised his right hand, and the huge double-edged axe immediately blocked in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sword force bombarded the double-edged axe like rain. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful force immediately caused Du Yan to involuntarily retreat. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stop himself. He stared in shock at Zhuo, who was surrounded by countless sword force in the distance. Oh, you're just a lowly manager of the mundane attic. You actually possess a high-grade spirit treasure? That's quite rare, isn't it? Seeing that Du Yan was actually barely able to block the bombardment of the boundless sword force, Zhuan's eyes revealed a trace of interest. His boundless sword force was a powerful origin formation formed by 36 high-grade spirit treasures and 72 mid-grade spirit treasures. Even an ordinary attack could unleash the power of a high-grade spirit treasure. Ordinary high-grade spirit treasures would not be able to escape the fate of shattering under the bombardment of the boundless sword force. However, the double-edged axe in Du Yan's hand was so sturdy. It was obvious that this spirit treasure was not ordinary. Wait, sir. At this time, Du Yan was really complaining incessantly. He finally knew why Lu Yuanhua had mobilized so many people to deal with this young man called Zhuan. It turned out that this young man was not simple. He had the mental strength of a grade 3 perfection. It was very likely that this young man's master was a high-ranking member of the Arcane Guild. He could not afford to offend such a person. It's too late now. Go to hell. The first form of the boundless sword force, flying sword slash. Slash everything that can be slashed. Ignoring Du Yan's words, Zhuan stomped his foot and a powerful mental strength surged out. The countless sword force around Zhuan flew into the air, with Zhuan as the center. Then, the 108 long swords instantly gathered and turned into a huge long sword that was dozens of feet long. The core formation of the boundless sword force contained 3 major sword moves. These 3 major sword moves were each more powerful than the previous one. When Zhuan first obtained the boundless sword force, he did not fully comprehend these 3 major sword moves, so he could not unleash the true power of the boundless sword force. However, after a full year or so, Zhuan had finally comprehended the boundless sword force. Naturally, he could unleash the 3 major sword moves contained in it. Whoosh! The huge long sword broke through the void with a dazzling speed. In an instant, it swept towards Du Yan. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, creating countless whirlpool-like black holes. Looking at the huge long sword that was rushing toward him, Du Yan's face became extremely solemn. He knew that if he could not block this move, he would really die here. Splitting axe space. Du Yan also used a desperate move. His right hand, which was holding the huge axe, suddenly threw it into the void. Then, a huge axe shadow descended from the sky. This axe shadow was dozens of feet in size and was almost the same size as the huge sword. Boom! In an instant, the huge sword and the axe shadow collided fiercely in the void. A huge roar exploded out of nowhere, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Then, the space where the huge sword and the axe shadow collided directly collapsed, forming a huge black hole that was constantly devouring. Break from me. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely cold. 81 streams of valiant mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace and fused into the giant sword hovering in the air. An extremely clear, buzzing sound suddenly erupted from a giant sword, and it actually increased in size by a few notches. Crack! Looking at the axe shadow that was almost torn to shreds, Du Yan's pupils shrunk to the size of needles at this moment, while a thick fear surfaced in the depths of his eyes. After which, he felt an extremely powerful force heavily smashing against his chest. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from his mouth. Du Yan's body was like a withered leaf as he flew out powerlessly. Chapter 346. Inconceivable. The manager is a half-step into the ultimate emperor realm, but he was actually defeated? Isn't this too inconceivable? Is this youth called Zhuan really from a low-level city? Judging from the battle just now, he's actually a grade 3 Arcana Master. Grade 3 Arcana Master? How is that possible? Such a young grade 3 Arcana Master is rarely seen even in super cities. How can such a monstrous genius appear in a low-level city? As they stared at Du Yan, who was on the verge of suffering a crushing defeat, an uproar erupted from the surroundings of the empty ground. The gazes that everyone used to look at Zhua had become extremely respectful. Why aren't you releasing the people from Rot-Tan Armor City? Ignoring the half-dead Du Yan, Zhuan's cold gaze suddenly locked onto the nearby guards who were still holding on to Guyu Tian and the other two. After meeting Zhuan's cold gaze, the guards no longer had the slightest will to fight. The youth in front of them was too terrifying. Even a manager wasn't his match. Such a person wasn't someone they could deal with. Let's go. The guards glanced at Zhuan with extreme fear, then obediently released Guyu Tian and the others. Like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, they all fled the area. Zhuan only relaxed when he arrived beside Guyu Tian and the others and confirmed that they were fine. Zhuan, Du Yan is the manager of the mundane level loft. You killed him just like that? Guyu Tian said with a worried expression. Don't worry, I knew what I was doing. Du Yan isn't dead. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuan walked towards the deep pit not far from the clearing. His gaze was cold as he stared at Du Yan's twitching body. He said indifferently, You were the one who sent those people from Skylight City to deal with us, right? Why did you do this? At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Du Yan's face. He said, Haha, I really didn't expect you to be so bold, Zhuan. You even dare to hit me, the manager. Your strength is truly shocking, but so what? With your audacious behavior just now, the third prince already has enough reason to take action. Ha, you're dead meat. Third prince? Are you talking about Lu Yuanhua? Looks like it's really that cowardly tortoise behind the scenes. Murmuring, Zhuan suddenly reached out with his right hand and grabbed Du Yan's neck in his palm. He lifted Du Yan up in the air and shouted, Lu Yuanhua, I know you are nearby. Since you want to deal with me, Zhuan, then don't be a coward. Now, I'll count to 3. If he doesn't appear, I'll crush this Du Yan to death. After Zhuan's voice was amplified by Yuan power, it was incomparably loud and clear in the entire open space. Good. We haven't seen each other for 2 years, but Zhuan, you're still so arrogant. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The moment Zhuan finished speaking, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the sky from nearby. An aura as strong as a mountain came crashing down from the sky. What a powerful aura. It's an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Isn't Lu Yuanhua the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin? That Zhua, one is actually acquainted with such a noble person. From the looks of it, that Zhuan has some enmity with the third prince. But as expected of the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin, he looks to be around 20 years old, but he's already reached the ultimate Emperor realm. That Zhuan is finished. When this aura as strong as a mountain suddenly descended upon the open space, all the cultivators felt a suffocating pressure. Many of the weaker cultivators retreated far away from the open space. Most of the pressure from Lu Yuanhua's body was concentrated on Zhuan. However, Zhuan's figure was still as tall and straight as a pine tree. The terrifying aura from Lu Yuanhua's body didn't affect him in the slightest. Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the unmoving figure below. He then looked down at Zhuan from above and said, Let go of Du Yan, and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. At this moment, Du Yan, whose neck was being held by Zhuan, stared at Zhuan with some mockery. He chuckled and said, Kid, the third prince has spoken. Hurry up and let this old man go. Otherwise, all of Rattan Armor City will die. You're really noisy. You're meat on my chopping block now, and you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I really don't know where you get your courage from. As he spoke, Zhuan smiled coldly at LV Yuanhua, who was in the air, following which his right hand suddenly exerted force, and a powerful origin energy fiercely invaded Du Yan's neck. A clear cracking sound reverberated throughout the entire open space. Du Yan died with his eyes wide open as he glared at Zhuan. He hadn't expected that Zhuan would be so audacious as to kill him even after Lu Yuanhua had appeared. Lu Yuanhua, as someone who once lost to me, do you think you have the right to order me around? With a light flick of his right hand, Zhuan unceremoniously tossed Du Yan's corpse to the side. He then raised his head slightly and looked at Lu Yuanhua with a mocking gaze. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground slowly rang out. The surrounding fighters all stared blankly at the corpse of manager Du Yan. They hadn't expected that Zhuan would be so audacious as to kill Du Yin in front of Lu Yuanhua. He didn't give Lu Yuanhua any face at all. Lu Yuanhua's expression became extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with dense, killing intent as he said coldly, "Good. Very good. I originally planned to deal with you after entering the Tower of Vitality. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then you don't need to participate in the battle for the Tower of Vitality. Die now." As he spoke, Lu Yuanhua took a step in the air. His entire body was as light as a bird as he suddenly chased after Zhuan at an extremely fast speed. Zhuan's expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Yuanhua rushing towards him. He patted his chinquin bag with his right hand and took out a large blood-red spear. It was the Moon Demon Dragon's pine spear that had evolved into a high-grade soul treasure. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from Zhuan's body. Although this aura was much weaker than Lu Yuanhua's, it still caused the surrounding fighters' expressions to change. No wonder he was able to defeat manager Du Yin so easily. It turns out that Zhuan is actually a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. His mental energy is at the perfect 3rd grade, and his martial cultivation is at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. This Zhuan is truly a freak. But so what if he's at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm? The 3rd prince is a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Even if he's only at the 1st wheel, a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can't compare to him. This Zhuan is probably going to die here. Everyone around the clearing could sense the powerful aura coming from the fearless youth standing in the middle of the clearing. It immediately caused quite a commotion. "Oh, you've actually advanced to the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm? Looks like your cultivation speed is pretty good. But if that's all you've got, then you should just die." In the sky, Lu Yuanhua could also sense the powerful aura erupting from Zhuan's body. The smile on his face grew even wider. He knew that Zhuan, who was only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm, was definitely going to die this time. At the top of a pavilion not too far away from the clearing, 2 beautiful figures were gazing at the clearing from afar. One of them was dressed in a light blue muslin dress. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible, and she exuded a fresh and elegant aura. The other figure was slightly smaller. Her fiery red muslin dress was draped over her body, making her seem like a wisp of inexhaustible flame. These 2 figures were Qing Lian and Hong Lian, who'd come out of the Jade Maiden Star Court to search for Zhuan. They'd originally planned to head directly to the Mortal Pavilion to look for Zhuan, but they hadn't expected to see this scene in the clearing. Lu Yuanhua is a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Zhuan is only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. Senior sister, if you don't act, then Zhuan will definitely die. Hong Lian's watery eyes turned slightly as she glanced at Qing Lian beside her and giggled. Qing Lian smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister, you're underestimating Zhuan too much." Back then, he was able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Yuanhua suffer a great loss. This proves that he's not ordinary. Let's wait and see. AI, senior sister, why do you think so highly of Zhuan? The difference between a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert and an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert is like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuan is, it's not very likely that he'll be a match for an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Perhaps Lu Yuanhua will only need one move to completely eliminate Zhuan. The corners of Hong Lian's mouth twitched. She shrugged and muttered somewhat disapprovingly. In her opinion, Zhuan definitely wouldn't be able to last a single round against Lu Yuanhua. Zhuan was dead for sure. Zhuan and Lu Yuanhua have started fighting. Let's see how many moves Zhuan can last before he dies from Lu Yuanhua. Hong Lian immediately noticed that Lu Yuanhua couldn't help but charge towards Zhuan. A trace of interest suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Qing Lian didn't say a word. Her beautiful eyes were tightly fixed on the young man's figure in the open space. She believed in her intuition. Zhuan, who came from a low-grade city, was definitely not simple. This was also the reason why she had taken the initiative to befriend Zhuan back in the ancient cave dwelling. In the sky above the open space, Lu Yunhua's right hand grabbed at the air. The surrounding yuan qi immediately condensed and finally transformed into a long golden spear that was several feet long. Whoosh! The golden spear fiercely streaked through the air and directly shot toward Zhuowen. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by the spear and actually collapsed inch by inch. This was the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. They could communicate with the energy of the world at any time and use it to unleash powerful energy at will. Chapter 347. Challenging a cultivator of a higher realm. Zhuowen's expression was extremely serious as he stared at the golden spear shooting towards him. At the same time, a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he was going to fight against an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Zhuowen's strength could be considered at the peak of the half-step Emperor Realm. Back then, even General Fei Long, an expert who could escape from an ultimate Emperor Realm expert, had died at Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen really wanted to test just how big the gap was between him and a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Looks like I'll have to go all out. It's been a long time since I felt the excitement of using my full strength. Licking his lips, the boundless sword qi around Zhuowen's body suddenly shrank, forming a steel-like defensive barrier around Zhuowen's body. At the same time, Zhuowen rapidly formed several seals with his hands. Lightning surged out from his back and transformed into 2 pairs of lightning wings. One pair was 10 meters long, with countless lightning snakes coiling around its surface. It was the lightning serpent wings. The other pair was 15 meters long, with a flood dragon on its surface. It was the lightning serpent wings. Although the thunder serpent wings and thunder serpent wings were sacred talismans that focused on speed, the 2 pairs of thunder wings also had a defensive effect. As long as the thunder wings were closed, they could wrap around the caster and protect them like an eggshell. At the same time, Zhuowen's right hand, which was holding the spear, suddenly moved his fingers. The blood-red spear immediately began to spin rapidly. Following that, waves of dense blood energy gushed out from the spear and blossomed into blood-red maple leaves around Zhuowen's body. The leaves revolved around Zhuowen's body, forming a blood-red barrier. After completing the 3 layers of defense, Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the golden spear that was tearing through the void. He was not afraid at all. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived above the golden spear in an instant. He clenched his right hand, and the blood-colored great spear suddenly shot out. He actually wanted to meet force with force. Has Zhuowen gone mad? He actually dares to meet an ultimate Emperor Realm expert's attack head-on? He's simply courting death. The surrounding cultivators had strange looks in their eyes as they stared at the youth who didn't even try to dodge. They all shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Zhuowen was simply courting death. Even Qing Lian, who was standing at the top of a nearby pavilion, couldn't help but frown. She hadn't expected Zhuowen to be so unwise. It was obvious that Lu Yunhua's cultivation level was much higher than his own, but he still dared to meet force with force. Senior sister, is it Zhuowen you think highly of someone like this? Qing Lian's Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo, Luo's Luos. Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo. Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo's Luo originally. Luo Luo was a little interested in Zhuowen because of Qing Lian. However, Zhuowen's actions, which seemed like he was courting death, made her feel ridiculed in her heart. A beast without any intelligence would know to retreat when facing a strong enemy. However, Zhuowen was simply brainless. Luo 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 was clearly much stronger than him, but he still dared to meet force with force. In Luo Luo's heart, this wasn't a courageous act. Instead, it was an extremely stupid act. The blood-red long spear and the huge golden great spear collided violently. Endless astral winds immediately tore through the air like blades. The surrounding air seemed to be boiling. Stupid fellow, do you think it's still 2 years ago? You actually dared to meet my attack head-on. You're simply courting death. Lu Yunhua's eyes were gloomy as he sneered mockingly. Boom! In an instant, The golden spear blasted away the blood-red spear and slammed into Zhuowen's body. The enormous force caused Zhuowen to groan and fall like a meteor. Rumble! He smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater that was several meters wide. For a moment, the entire area was filled with dust and obscured the view. He lost. At the edge of the clearing, Guyu Tian and the other two stared helplessly at the falling figure. They couldn't help but sigh as their eyes flickered with grief and indignation. Lu Yuanhua was just too strong. He was a genuine ultimate Emperor Realm expert. The difference between Zhuowen and the former was just too great. Although Zhuowen was a monstrous genius, the difference between the two was just too great. He wasn't a match for Lu Yuanhua at all. Many cultivators around the open space also shook their heads and sighed. After all, this was a mundane stage loft, and the surrounding cultivators were basically from low-level cities, so they naturally felt a sense of familiarity towards Zhuowen, who was also from a low-level city. Now that Zhuowen had been personally killed by Lu Yuanhua, many cultivators couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. At the top of a nearby pavilion, Hong Lian, who was standing beside Qing Lian, shook her head. She looked at Qing Lian with waning interest and said, "Senior sister, let's go." That Zhuowen really overestimated himself. He actually wanted to fight an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert with the strength of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He was simply courting death. Now that that fellow is dead, there's no need for us to waste any more time on Zhuowen. At this moment, Qing Lian frowned slightly and sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with anticipation, were now filled with disappointment. Perhaps she really had misjudged him. After all, Zhuowen was only from a low-level city. Without the support of a deep foundation, how could he possibly compare to the superpowers of their provincial capital? Although Zhuowen had defeated Lu Yuanhua 2 years ago, that was already in the past. The House of Marquis Qin's foundation was even more terrifying than their Jade Maiden Star Courts. With the support of numerous resources, that Lu Yuanhua could surpass Zhuowen in a short period of time. Perhaps I was too naive back then. Let's go, junior sister. Since Zhuowen is dead, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Qing Lian glanced indifferently at the deep pit in the clearing in the distance and shook her head as she spoke to Hong Lian. I told you. How could a fellow from a low-level city possibly have the potential to help our Jade Maiden Star Court? Even if his talent was not bad, how could his resources and foundation be compared to our provincial capital's superpowers? It's good that Zhuowen is dead. Sister Qing Lian, you don't have to worry about that fellow all day long. Seeing the gloomy expression on Qing Lian's pretty face, Hong Lian hurriedly pushed all the blame onto Zhuowen and comforted her with soft words. Just as the two women were about to leave, an uproar suddenly rang out in the clearing not far away. Then, a clear and familiar voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire clearing. Lu Yuanhua, even if you've advanced to the Ultimate Emperor Realm, it doesn't seem like you've made much progress. Your attack power is like scratching an itch for me. A clear and melodious voice slowly sounded, reverberating in the ears of the two women who were about to leave. Then, the two women who were about to leave suddenly stopped. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and they turned their heads to look in the direction of the open space. They saw a figure slowly walk out of the huge pit in the middle of the clearing. He fearlessly stared at Lu Yuanhua in the sky. This fellow, he's not dead. How is this possible? A half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator shouldn't be able to withstand an all-out attack from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How did this fellow do it? A trace of shock finally appeared on Hong Lian's pretty face. She would have believed it if some heaven-defying half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had managed to escape from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, some half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were quite good at preserving their lives. It was still possible for them to escape from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But if it was said that a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had fought an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator head-on, then it was truly inconceivable. The gap between a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and a true Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was just too great. Even the most heaven-defying half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator shouldn't be able to withstand an all-out attack from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Even Qing Lian's jade-like hands were trembling slightly. She didn't conceal the shock on her face at all. But after her initial shock, she was pleasantly surprised. She knew that Zhuan wouldn't be defeated so easily. In the open space, Zhuan did not seem to be injured at all. After all, he had 3 layers of defense. The blood-red maple leaf, the limitless sword aura, the lightning serpent wings, and the lightning serpent wings. So, although the golden spear's attack had smashed Zhuo 1 to the ground, most of the power of the golden spear had been weakened by the 3 layers of defense. Zhuowen's powerful physical body was completely capable of withstanding the remaining bit of power. This was also why Zhuowen was still as lively as a tiger, even after taking an all-out attack from Lu Yuanhua. He actually seems to be unharmed? What's wrong with Zhuowen? How did he manage to withstand an all-out attack from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator so easily? Is Zhuowen really a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? How can he be so abnormal? An uproar suddenly broke out in the open space. All the cultivators focused their gazes on the center of the open space. Although the young man seemed to be in a sorry state, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Looks of shock appeared on their faces. In the air, LV Yuanhua, whose face was originally filled with a sneer, stiffened at this moment. His gaze stared straight at Zhuo 1, who was below him. His pupils had shrunk to the size of needles as he muttered in a low voice. How could this guy withstand my attack? There's clearly such a huge gap between us. It looks like I've underestimated Zhuowen. It looks like his defensive techniques are pretty good. But even if you can withstand one of my attacks, I don't believe that you can withstand the next one. With a cold snort, Lu Yuanhua stomped his foot in the air and shot towards Zhuowen like a meteor. At the same time, he gently pinched the air with his hands. 2 large golden blades instantly condensed between his hands. Chapter 348. The Great Battle. It's just an insignificant trick. LV Yuanhua coldly snorted as he looked at the blood-colored great spear that was thrusting towards him. He waved the large blade in his right hand, and a clear ding sound rang out as he directly intercepted the blood-colored great spear. At the same time, Lu Yuanhua's left hand didn't remain idle. He swung it down viciously at Zhuowen's head, and the powerful force behind it created an endless vortex in the surrounding air. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly as the heavy blade came crashing down. The lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings on Zhuowen's back flapped fiercely, and his entire body turned into a streak of afterimages as he disappeared from the spot like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yuanhua's blade struck empty air. Lu Yuanhua's pupils shrank as he stared at the afterimages in front of him. He muttered hatefully, "How can this guy be so fast?" Whoosh! Zhuowen's speed had practically reached the limit. With the assistance of the lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings, Zhuowen's speed was so fast that even an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert would have a hard time catching up to him. After dodging Lu Yuanhua's blade, Zhuowen instantly appeared several meters behind Lu Yuanhua. Killing intent burst forth from his eyes as he gently moved his fingers. The blood-red spear suddenly spiraled and stabbed towards Lu Yuanhua's back. Clang! Just as the tip of the blood-red spear was about an inch away from Lu Yuanhua's back, an invisible barrier appeared behind Lu Yuanhua's back, blocking the blood-red spear. This invisible barrier was LV Yuanhua's ability to draw upon the power of the world. This was the most fundamental characteristic that distinguished the Ultimate Emperor Realm from other realms. It allowed one to draw upon the power of the world at any time and place for one's own use. The power of the world was illusory and ethereal, but it truly existed. This strange energy contained the principles of the world, and only those who had reached the Ultimate Emperor Realm or above could sense and use this powerful ability. It was precisely because Ultimate Emperor Realm experts were able to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth at any time that they had such a high status in the entire Qin Xian Empire and were revered by thousands of cultivators. Because the term Ultimate Emperor Realm represented an expert. Zhuowen, although your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, So what if your strength is heaven-defying? After all, you're just a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. You can't sense the power of the world's power. However, I have the assistance of the power of heaven and earth. You're no match for me. LV Yuanhua slowly turned around and stared coldly at Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Humph, didn't you say that you could kill me? How many moves have you exchanged with me now? You're an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert, yet you can't even deal with a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhuowen sneered as he retorted. Lu Yuanhua's face darkened when he heard this. He stared at the two pairs of lightning wings on Zhuowen's back as a trace of greed appeared in the depths of his eyes. You're quite sharp-tongued. If it weren't for those lightning wings, do you think you'd be able to escape from me? However, the secret technique of your lightning wings is quite rare. It can actually increase your speed by so much. Even an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert like me can't compare to you. After I kill you, your secret technique will belong to me. With that, Lu Yuanhua took a step forward and charged toward Zhuowen once more. With a single thought, boundless power of the world surged towards him. Zhuowen wasn't afraid. He had 3 layers of defense and an extremely tough body. Although his offensive power couldn't compare to Lu Yuanhua's, his speed and endurance weren't inferior to Lu Yuanhua's. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two of them collided fiercely in the air. In the blink of an eye, they'd exchanged dozens of blows. Every time they clashed, the surrounding space would explode and countless black holes would appear in the void. Waves of air would spread out like a tide. After all, Zhuowen was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. His strength was slightly inferior to Lu Yuanhua's. Therefore, he was at an absolute disadvantage when the two of them clashed in the air. Fortunately, Zhuowen had the assistance of the Lightning Serpent Wings and Lightning Serpent Wings. Even if he wasn't a match for Lu Yuanhua, he could rely on his speed to dodge in time. Sometimes, when Lu Yuanhua's attacks couldn't be avoided, the power of those attacks would be weakened by the 3 layers of defense. Therefore, the damage they could cause to Zhuowen was negligible. Therefore, even though Zhuowen was at a disadvantage, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Even Lu Yuanhua, who had the upper hand, couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. This made Lu Yuanhua gnash his teeth in anger. Intense collisions that shook the earth and mountains continued to erupt in the air. Moreover, the collisions grew more and more intense. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. All the cultivators on the ground were stunned by the earth-shattering battle in the sky. Some of them even couldn't help but gape. They weren't surprised by the intensity of the battle, but by the fact that Zhuowen, who was clearly only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert, was actually able to fight a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert without being defeated. Is Zhuowen even human? He actually dares to fight an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert alone with the strength of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert? And he's even fighting for so long without being defeated? That's completely unheard of. Ultimate Emperor Realm experts are supreme experts who have grasped the power of heaven and earth. Even a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert is like an ant in front of such an expert. But this Zhuowen is simply a freak. If a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can fight an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert without being defeated, then just how terrifying will Zhuowen be when he reaches the Ultimate Emperor Realm? On the empty ground, countless uproars exploded out of nowhere like lightning and thunder. Everyone's faces were filled with reverence as they looked at the two people who were continuously fighting in the sky. A battle of this level had already far exceeded their imagination. Even Gu Yutian and the others who were standing at the edge of the field were staring blankly at the intense battle in the sky. After a long period of absent-mindedness, Hu Wuiying couldn't help but gulp. He smiled bitterly and said, "Is this Brother Zhuowen's true strength?" Perhaps. Gu Yutian and Gu Exine couldn't help but murmur in reply. However, their somewhat lifeless gazes had already completely betrayed their current feelings. At this moment, at the top of the pavilion, not too far away from the open space, Qing Lian and Hong Lian were already dumbstruck. As they looked at the two figures that were fighting intensely not too far away, their eyes were already filled with shock. A half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can fight a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert head-on. Just where did this freak come from? The ridicule on Hong Lian's pretty face had completely vanished. It was replaced by deep disbelief. Originally, when Zhuowen recklessly fought Lu Yuanhua head-on, she had even mocked Zhuowen for being crazy. However, she no longer had such thoughts because not only was Zhuowen still alive, he was even fighting Lu Yuanhua without losing. He was only at a disadvantage. Hong Lian was also a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but if she were to face a first-cycle Ultimate Emperor Realm expert like Lu Yuanhua, perhaps she would be able to take a few blows from him. However, she definitely wouldn't be like Zhuowen, who remained undefeated after exchanging several hundred blows with Lu Yuanhua. A ripple also surfaced on Qing Lian's pretty face. She was also deeply shocked by Zhuowen's somewhat heaven-defying performance. She really did not expect that within a short 2 years, the young man in front of her would actually be able to develop to such an extent by relying on himself. This really caused Qing Lian's heart to be extremely shocked. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua had reached its climax. The two of them fought until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the east to the west, and from the south to the north. The ripples created by the repeated collisions were like the sharpest blades in the world. They constantly sliced through the surrounding space, causing vortex-like black holes to appear in the surrounding space. Such an intense battle finally attracted the attention of the numerous city representatives in the other districts. Many figures flew out from the Man Step, Earth Step, and the most luxurious Heaven Step pavilions that were scattered near the Yuan Energy Tower. They hovered in the air and gazed at the two figures crazily fighting in the air above the Mortal Step pavilions. What powerful ripples! Someone actually dares to fight in the VIP area. Don't tell me they don't care about the people from the house of Marquis Qin. These ripples contain traces of the energy of heaven and earth. Are those two figures both Ultimate Emperor Realm experts? Since they're Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, why are they in the Mortal Step Pavilion? Isn't that man in purple the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua? I've even met him before. Many of the cultivators who flew out from the other pavilions were half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm and Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. These powerful cultivators were basically all from super cities. Of course, there were also some from high-rank cities, but the chances of such young experts appearing in high-rank cities were quite low. Among these cultivators, someone immediately recognized Lu Yuanhua, who was fighting in the sky above. It really is the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua. But who is he fighting with? I think that kid is only around 18 years old. How can he fight with the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin at such a young age? No, the youth fighting with Lu Yuanhua seems to only be a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Suddenly, another person with sharp eyes recognized the aura on Zhuowen, who was fighting with Lu Yuanhua. After all, Zhuowen was fighting with his full strength and had no intention of hiding his aura. Thus, it only took a little bit of probing to detect that Zhuowen was a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm? How is that possible? That Lu Yuanhua is a true Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How can a mere half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator fight with Lu Yuanhua to such an extent? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Chapter 349. LV Yongsheng. He's actually just a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Who is that young man? A half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can fight an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator head-on. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? The cultivators hovering in the air involuntarily began to discuss among themselves. If it was a battle between two Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. However, the current situation was that a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was actually fighting an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He was merely at a disadvantage and showed no signs of defeat at all. The difference between a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was obvious to all. If an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator met a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, it would be a one-sided battle. It wouldn't be a draw like this at all. Ouyang Yuntu, Chiu Cho, and Ouyang Hanxian stood side by side among the many cultivators in the sky above the Heaven Stage Pavilion. Their gazes were fixed on the fierce battle between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua in the distance. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Brother Zhuowen is indeed a peerless genius. Although he's only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, his strength is actually so strong. He's only at a slight disadvantage in a head-on clash with Lu Yuanhua. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it at all. Ouyang Hanchuan's fair face was slightly stiff. The corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he muttered to himself. Ouyang Yuntu and Cho looked at each other. They weren't as shocked as Ouyang Hanxian. Back in Broken Rock City, they'd seen Zhuowen destroy the entire blood swamp by himself. They knew that Zhuowen's true trump card was the extremely terrifying Ice-Fire Lotus. If Zhuowen had used the Ice-Fire Lotus, then Lu Yuanhua would have been defeated in an instant. It was even possible that Lu Yuanhua would have died. That Lu Yuanhua is the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin. Why would he find trouble with Zhuowen? Could it be that Zhuowen and that Lu Yuanhua have some sort of grudge to begin with? Ouyang Yunto asked with a slight frown. Perhaps. Let's take a look again. That little guy, Zhuowen, doesn't seem to be having a hard time against that Lu Yuanhua. It's very likely that the little guy wants to use the battle against Lu Yuanhua to feel the power of the world. Cho nodded slightly and said with praise. In addition to the cultivators in the Heaven Stage Loft who had rushed out because of the huge commotion, many cultivators had also gathered in the Earth Stage Loft area adjacent to the Heaven Stage Loft area. These cultivators were all representatives of high-grade cities. Among the numerous cultivators in the Earth Stage Loft, there was a very inconspicuous group that was looking at the battle in the distance with complicated gazes. If Zhuowen were here, he would have definitely recognized this group as the representatives of Green Dragon City that had entered the VIP area with him last time. Fan Yi, who was standing at the front of the group, had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Lu Yuanhua continuously fight. He sighed deeply and said, I really didn't expect little friend Zhuowen to be so strong. He's only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he's able to fight a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert to such an extent. The expressions of the 8 youths behind Fan, he became even more dazed. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. When they had found out that Zhuowen and the others had come from a low-level city, they had been extremely angry. Moreover, they had planned to take revenge. Fortunately, Fan Yi had stopped them. If they had really taken revenge back then, it was very likely that not even their bones would be left. That Zhuowen was really too frightening. Boom. Boom. In the open space, strong astral winds accompanied by countless strength qi flew out, forming wave after wave of waves in the surrounding space, filling the entire space. The martial warriors who were originally in the open space all hid far away, because the aftermath of the battle between the two was not something they could withstand. In the air, Lu Yinhua's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the young man in front of him who had blocked his attacks time and time again. He was actually extremely shocked. His opponent was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he could actually fight him to such an extent. This was simply beyond his imagination. Zhuowen, you bastard, die, die, die. Lu Yuanhua roared angrily towards the sky. His hands immediately formed a series of seals. Powerful Yuan power condensed between his hands to an extremely terrifying degree. Then, the void behind Lu Yuanhua suddenly split open, revealing a huge black hole that was hundreds of meters wide. A huge palm that was hundreds of meters wide suddenly stretched out from the black hole. The palm was extremely lifelike, as if it was the palm of a real person. Zhuowen could even see extremely clear palm lines on the surface of the palm. A formidable aura suddenly overflowed from the huge palm. What a powerful aura! What kind of armor technique is Lu Yuanhua using? How can the aura it exudes be so terrifying? Even Zhuowen's heart trembled as he stared at the huge palm that had ripped open space. His eyes were filled with shock. Lu Yuanhua's face was pale, but madness flashed through his eyes. He stared coldly at Zhuan and said coldly, "I never thought that you would actually be able to force me to use this move. This is our house of Marquis Qin's extremely precious low Emperor tier armor technique, the mountain-splitting steel palm. It's a powerful armor technique that I only managed to cultivate after reaching the ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuan, you're dead. It's actually a royal tier armor technique." Zhuan's face became extremely ugly when he heard that. Armor techniques were divided into 4 ranks: mortal, human, earth, and heaven. The chaotic dragon cry fist that Zhuan had cultivated before with a heaven tier armor technique, but it was rumored that there were even more powerful armor techniques above the heaven tier. They were called royal tier armor techniques. Only ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were qualified to cultivate the royal tier armor skill. If cultivators below the ultimate Emperor realm tried to forcefully comprehend it, they would probably be devoured by the royal tier armor skill and die from the backlash. LV Yuanhua had only started cultivating the royal tier armor skill after advancing to the ultimate Emperor realm. However, royal tier armor techniques were extremely powerful, almost to the point where the world would darken and the sun and moon would dim. Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators possessed the powerful ability to control the energy of the world as they wished, but when combined with a royal tier armor technique, the power was enough to shatter mountains. Destroying an entire city would be no problem. However, royal tier armor techniques were just far too rare. Even Zhuan had only heard about them from Ouyang Yuntu and Xiu Chou. It was said that even the house of Marquis Qin, the number of royal tier armor techniques in Muqin province, was pitifully few. They could be counted with a single hand. Heavens! Lu Yuanhua has been forced into a corner. He's actually used the royal tier armor technique, the mountain-splitting steel palm. As expected of the heir of the house of Marquis Qin, he's able to come into contact with a royal tier armor technique as soon as he reaches the ultimate Emperor realm. How envious! Sigh. This royal tier armor technique is just too powerful. I wonder if it'll destroy the restrictions in the VIP area. Countless warriors raised their heads and stared at the huge palm that had emerged from the black hole in the void. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. Rumble. A thunderous rumble suddenly resounded through the entire area. Then, the giant palm that had emerged from the void was like a falling meteor, smashing towards Zhuan. The huge palm overflowed with a powerful aura. It was like a towering mountain pressing down on Zhuan's body. It actually caused Zhuan to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the huge palm approached him. Damn it! This royal tier armor technique isn't something that I can resist. It looks like only the power of the Ice Fire Lotus can resist this mountain-splitting steel palm. At this moment, Zhuan's eyes were suddenly filled with calmness. At the same time, the 2 ice and fire runes on the back of his hands slowly lit up. 2 waves of ice and fire energy gradually lingered in Zhuan's hands. At this moment, Zhuan was ready to create the Ice Fire Lotus at any time. Boom! Just as Zhuan was about to summon the Ice Fire Lotus, a handsome young man in a purple gold robe suddenly appeared in the void above Lu Yuanhua. This handsome youth's appearance was somewhat similar to LV Yuanhua's, but at this moment, his complexion was extremely unsightly. With a wave of his right hand, an extremely powerful force burst forth, and the terrifying giant palm in the air actually collapsed inch by inch. When the giant palm disappeared, the pressure on Zhuan's body receded like the tide. He then looked at the young man in the purple gold robe who had suddenly appeared beside Lu Yuanhua. Second brother, why did you stop me? That mountain-splitting steel palm just now could have directly killed Zhuan. In the sky, Lu Yuanhua looked at the young man in front of him in a flustered and exasperated manner. Third brother, are you courting death? Use your brain and think about it. You actually dared to use a royal tier armor technique in the VIP area. Once the might of this armor technique is displayed, I'm afraid that all the restrictions around this mundane tier pavilion will collapse. At that time, some of the old fellows in the family will notice. At that time, even Lord Father won't be able to save you. This purple gold rogue young man was Lu Yuanhua's second brother, Lu Yongsheng. At this moment, Lu Yongsheng coldly snorted. When Lu Yuanhua heard this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Their house of Marquis Qin wasn't managed by their father alone. There was also an elder council whose authority wasn't inferior to their father's. Lu Yongsheng was right. If Lu Yuanhua had really used the mountain-splitting steel palm, Zhuan might have been killed by him. However, the restrictions around the mundane tier pavilion would have collapsed. At that time, a group of elders wouldn't let Lu Yuanhua off. After all, this VIP area was an important place. Right now, those old fellows in the Elder Council haven't noticed me, right? Lu Yuanhua asked cautiously. Looking at the cautious third brother in front of him, Lu Yongsheng helplessly shrugged and said, "Don't worry. I've already helped you cover up for the Elder Council. However, if you destroy the restrictions around this mundane tier pavilion, you'll really be in big trouble." Second brother's reminder is right. However, I really don't want to let this Zhuan go. Lu Yuanhua stared at Zhuan below and said fiercely. Following Lu Yuanhua's line of sight, Lu Yongsheng also stared coldly at Zhuan below and said, "I'll help you kill this kid so that you won't be distracted by this matter in the future." As he said this, Lu Yongsheng lightly stepped on the ground and instantly appeared behind Zhuan. His right elbow gently pierced through the 3 layers of defense on Zhuan's body and directly hit the middle of his back. Poochie. Zhuan's eyes widened. He didn't know when Lu Yongsheng appeared behind him. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that the 3 layers of defense on his body were like paper in front of Lu Yongsheng. "You?" Turning his head to stare at Lu Yongsheng, Zhuan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and said in a trembling voice. The guy in front of him was so strong that he couldn't even muster up a shred of resistance. "I'll also let you die with understanding. My name is Lu Yongsheng, and I'm Yuanhua's second brother. In order to not let Yuanhua be distracted by your matter, please die." Chapter 350. Danger Rumble. At this moment, LV Yongsheng's elbow seemed to have turned into a rich golden color. Along the way, it formed a golden afterimage as it smashed towards the back of Zhuan, whose wound was already wide open. An intense sense of impending death almost caused Zhuan's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. LV Yongsheng was a famous young expert in the entire Qing Xian Empire, and was also a famous person on the Qing Huang ranking. Zhuan knew that if he was hit by this elbow, he might really die. Damn it, how can I die in a place like this? At this moment, Zhuan's heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that LV Yongsheng was simply too strong. LV Yongsheng was a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuan was, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. How could he be a match for LV Yongsheng? Looking at the elbow that was getting closer and closer, Zhuan really wanted to dodge. However, the pressure emanating from LV Yongsheng's body was practically pressing Zhuan to the ground, making it impossible for him to move. Boom! Just as the elbow smashed towards Zhuan's back with irresistible force, an ink-black energy suddenly appeared at Zhuan's back, instantly blocking the incoming elbow. Poochie! Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuan rolled a dozen meters on the ground in a somewhat sorry state. Then, he knelt on one knee, looking at LV Yongsheng with an extremely gloomy gaze. He actually blocked it? LV Yongsheng frowned as he looked at the sorry figure of Zhuan and muttered to himself. At this moment, Zhuan was trembling with fear. His breathing was hurried as he thought to himself, "Xiaohei, were you the one who attacked just now? If this Dragon Lord didn't attack, would I have just watched you die? There are simply too many experts in this place, so this Dragon Lord didn't dare to casually attack. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a matter of life and death, this Dragon Lord wouldn't have been forced to help you." Xiaohei's helpless voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "That energy just now didn't seem to be yours, right?" LV Yongsheng's eyes narrowed as he stared coldly at Zhuan. "It seems like you have quite a big secret on you. No wonder you were able to force Yuanhua to use an Emperor Realm armor technique when you were only a half step to the ultimate Emperor Realm. However, it's a pity that a genius like you will soon fall today. As he spoke, LV Yongsheng suddenly took a step forward, and his gaze carried a trace of killing intent as he flashed towards Zhuowen. Rumble. A gentle punch was enough to cause the surrounding space to crumble. Looking at the incoming fist, Zhuowen's complexion turned extremely ugly. The blood-colored maple leaves on the surface of his body transformed into a blood-colored shield, blocking the attack. At the same time, the boundless sword aura transformed into an impenetrable wall, protecting Zhuowen. It's just a small trick. Do you think you can stop me with this little trick? Looking at Zhuowen's defensive means, LV Yongxing's eyes were filled with disdain. His fist directly blasted out. It was a simple punch without any technique at all. Boom! What made Zhuowen's pupils shrink was that the blood-colored shield formed by the blood-colored maple leaf was like paper, instantly shattering. With a ding sound, it actually smashed into the iron wall of the infinite sword aura. Clang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The boundless sword aura only lasted for 2 breaths of time before it was shattered and turned back into 108 sword-shaped soul treasures. However, the luster on the surface of these sword-shaped soul treasures had dimmed. It was obvious that the previous punch had severely damaged the boundless sword aura. Lightning serpent wings, block it! With a loud shout, the 2 huge lightning wings on Zhuowen's back immediately wrapped around him. In an instant, Zhuowen had turned into a round egg covered in lightning. Boom! LV Yongsheng was expressionless. After destroying the boundless sword energy and the maple leaf energy, he didn't stop at all. He once again poured all his strength into his fist and slammed it into the lightning defense formed by the lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings. Sizzle, sizzle. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Then, countless bolts of lightning surged out, continuously blocking LV Yongsheng's advancing fist. You have some skills. LV Yongsheng also felt a trace of obstruction, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment. But it's still not enough. You're just a puny half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. This is not enough to stop me. Break! With a cold snort, the aura on LV Yongsheng's body rose to the extreme. Then his right fist suddenly turned golden, and countless cyclones formed around his fist. Countless cyclones exploded in an instant, directly blowing the surrounding thunderbolts into nothingness. Boom! With a gentle shake of his right hand, the countless bolts of lightning covering Zhuowen's body were instantly shattered into nothingness. Poochie! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuowen's face turned incomparably pale. However, LV Yongsheng was clearly not going to give up. His right hand coiled forward like a venomous snake and viciously slammed into Zhuowen's chest. However, what made LV Yongsheng frown slightly was that when his right hand touched Zhuowen's chest, the strange ink-black energy from before actually blocked most of his attack. Poochie! Although Xiao Hei's power had neutralized most of LV Yongsheng's power, LV Yongsheng was still a genuine 3-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Just a portion of his power was enough to make Zhuowen's chest feel stuffy. He tasted something sweet in his throat and couldn't help but spit out blood as he retreated. His face had become incomparably pale. Bastard! LV Yongsheng, if I don't die this time, you can just wait for my bloody revenge. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was extremely weak. He glared at LV Yongsheng in front of him with an extremely venomous gaze as he spoke unwillingly. Revenge? Do you think an ant like you has the right to take revenge on me? However, you won't have the chance to do so. Today is the day you die, so just obediently accept your death. LV Yongsheng stared disdainfully at the unresigned youth below him as he spoke with a calm expression. In his eyes, a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like Zhuowen was indeed an ant-like existence. If it wasn't for Lu Yuanhua, he wouldn't even have bothered to make a move. After saying that, LV Yongsheng didn't give Zhuowen a chance to speak. With a light tap of his foot, he arrived in front of Zhuowen once again. His right hand gently swung out and directly struck Zhuowen's head. If this attack connected, Zhuowen would definitely die. Bang! Just as LV Yongxing's palm was about to strike Zhuowen's head, a somewhat coarse hand gently grasped LV Yongxing's palm. Then, as if time had stopped, the two hands stopped in midair and didn't move at all. LV Yongxing's pupils abruptly shrank because he realized that his hand was actually unable to move. It was as if there was an extremely strong resistance preventing his hand from moving forward. "Who is it? How dare you obstruct me?" LV Yongxing coldly shouted as he raised his head slightly and looked directly at the owner of this coarse hand. He saw a middle-aged man dressed in gray clothes quietly looking at LV Yongxing with a mocking smile on his face. "Senior Chiu." Zhuowen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he looked at the gray-clothed man in front of him in astonishment. This middle-aged man was the #1 expert of Broken Rock City, Chiu. He was an ultimate Emperor Realm expert with 4 wheels and was much stronger than LV Yongxing. When he saw LV Yongxing trying to kill Zhuowen, he immediately rushed over to the mortal level loft area. Fortunately, he managed to make it in time. Bang! LV Yongxing twisted his right hand and easily broke free from Chou's grasp. He took a few steps back and looked at Chou with a somewhat serious expression. "You're actually an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Which faction are you from? You actually help a lowly commoner from a small, low-level city." "I am Chou of Broken Rock City. Little friend Zhuowen has saved my life. This is the reason why I helped him," Chou said with an indifferent gaze. The #1 expert of Broken Rock City, Chou. When LV Yongxing heard this, his expression immediately became somewhat ugly. This Chou was famous for being a lunatic. He didn't give any face to other experts at all. "Zhuowen, are you all right?" At the same time, Guyu Tian and the other two came to Zhuowen's side and checked on Zhuowen's injuries with concern. Then, they glared angrily at LV Yongxing. In any case, LV Yongxing was an expert on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. He was actually willing to lower himself to deal with a disciple from a low-level city like Zhuowen. This made Guyu Tian and the other two extremely angry. After all, Zhuowen was the main force of their Rot Tan Armor City. Is this Zhuowen really from a low-level city? Chou is the #1 expert of the super city, Broken Rock City. He actually stood up for this Zhuowen. This Zhuowen is really not simple. He was actually able to attract so many big shots. The onlookers suddenly burst into an uproar. They kept talking about it and became even more curious about Zhuowen's background. At the same time, in the sky not far away, 2 starlight clouds suddenly floated down and landed directly on the ground, revealing 2 graceful figures. They were Qing Lian and Hong Lian, who had been observing Zhuowen not far away. "Mr. LV, this Zhuowen has some connections with our Jade Lady Starcourt. I hope you can give our Jade Lady Starcourt some face and let this young master Zhuo go." Qing Lian bowed politely and said in a clear voice, "Jade Lady Astral Court?" When LV Yongxing heard this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The Jade Lady Astral Court and the House of Marquis Qin were both super forces. Although they were weaker than the House of Marquis Qin, they weren't that much weaker. He didn't expect that even the Jade Lady Astral Court would stand on Zhuowen's side. "You all intend to help this lowly city's lowly commoner? What does he have that is worthy of your help?" LV Yongxing frowned and asked in confusion. "Lowly commoner?" Chou narrowed his eyes and continued. "Second Prince, you haven't heard of him, have you? Although Zhuowen comes from a low-level city, he still has another identity, and that is the honorary guest of our Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild. He once led our Broken Rock City to become the champion of the Arcane Ceremony, and he's already a grade 3 Perfection Arcanist. Do you think such an Arcanist is a lowly commoner? The honorary guest of your Broken Rock City's Arcana Guild, and a 3rd grade Great Perfection Arcanist?" Chapter 351. When they heard that Zhuowen was a complete 3rd grade Arcana Master, not only was LV Yongxing shocked, but even Clear Lotus and Red Lotus were stunned. The reason Clear Lotus had thought highly of Zhuowen was because of his talent in the martial way. She was willing to help Zhuowen so that he would owe them a favor. However, she hadn't expected that Zhuowen's talent and spiritual power was even more terrifying than his talent in the martial way. Zhuowen was only around 18 years old. Becoming a complete third-grade Arcana Master at such a young age, Clear Lotus knew very well what this meant. Zhuowen was definitely a genius in the aspect of spiritual power. With Zhuowen's terrifying talent in spiritual power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a fourth-grade Arcana Master. Even Red Lotus, who was standing beside Clear Lotus, couldn't help but open her cherry lips when she heard this news. She stared blankly at the pale-faced young man in front of her. Originally, Zhuowen's brilliant battle record of resisting Lu Yuanhua's attacks with his half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Strength had made her view Zhuowen in a new light. However, when she heard that Zhuowen was actually a complete third-grade Arcana Master, her new view of him transformed into extreme shock. The young man in front of her wasn't much older than her. Not only was his martial art cultivation a little stronger than hers, but his mental energy realm was also so terrifying. This made Hong Lian, who originally thought highly of herself, feel very uncomfortable in her heart. Zhuowen, are you really a complete third-grade Arcana Master? Clear Lotus' beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she looked at Zhuowen with joy. An Arcana Master's influence on a faction was extremely far-reaching, especially a fourth-grade Arcana Master. This kind of Arcana Master was an existence that every faction had to treat with respect. Zhuowen had reached the complete third-grade Arcana Master at such a young age. It was very likely that he would reach the fourth grade in the future. At this moment, the importance that Qing Lian attached to Zhuowen had already reached an extremely high level. In the beginning, she only thought that Zhuowen's martial arts talent was not bad, and she only gave him a little benefit. Now, Qing Lian really began to pay attention to this inconspicuous young man in front of her. Looking at the somewhat anxious Qing Lian in front of him, Zhuowen nodded slightly. Immediately, a mental energy unique to a perfect third grade overflowed, allowing the few people present to clearly feel the pressure of this mental energy. Now, Zhuowen did not dare to hide anything. After all, LV Yongsheng wanted to kill him, and he had no background, so no one would stand up for him. Now, if he revealed his grade 3 Great Perfection spiritual force, he would definitely be valued by the Jade Lady Astral Court. At that time, with the support of the Jade Lady Astral Court, Zhuowen knew that LV Yongsheng would not dare to act rashly. Sure enough, it's the mental energy of a Great Perfection spiritual force. I didn't expect Brother Zhuowen's mental energy talent to be so much stronger than his martial arts talent. I was wrong about you. Feeling the mental energy that Zhuowen deliberately released, Qing Lian's pretty face suddenly revealed a joyful expression. Then, with a wave of her jade-like hand, a ray of starlight suddenly swept straight toward the sky. Starlight? Miss Qing Lian, are you going to protect this boy? LV Yongsheng's face was extremely ugly. About Zhuowen's information, senior sister Luo Xing will soon know. I don't think the second prince will go against the Jade Lady Astral Court for such a small matter, right? Qing Lian looked at LV Yongsheng in front of her with a faint smile and chuckled. Luo Xing. Hearing this, LV Yongsheng's face twitched. Luo Xing, the strongest of the younger generation in the Jade Lady Astral Court, was extremely mysterious. It was said that his strength had reached a very terrifying level. On the Green Emperor list, his ranking was much higher than LV Yongsheng's, so LV Yongsheng was very afraid of him. Humph! The speed of the starlight is extremely fast. At this time, Luo Xing should also know the situation here. If she also wants to protect Zhuowen, I have nothing to say. With a cold snort, LV Yongsheng stared coldly at Zhuowen, who was behind Xiuqiu. At this time, Lu Yuanhua also descended from midair. He anxiously whispered to LV Yongsheng, second brother, "Shut up. Now that Broken Rock City and the Jade Lady Astral Court are involved, that Zhuowen is not as simple as we thought. Moreover, that Zhuowen is a third-grade complete arcanist, and he has a close relationship with the Arcane Guild." LV Yongsheng coldly glanced at Lu Yuanhua and said with a gloomy face. He originally thought that Zhuowen was just an insignificant person, but now he did not expect that things would become so troublesome. What? Broken Rock City, the Jade Lady Astral Court, and the Arcane Guild are all involved? Lu Yuanhua had been in the air just now and did not hear the conversation at all. Now that he heard LV Yongxing's words, he was a little dumbfounded. Broken Rock City was fine. It was only a super city, and the House of Marquis Qin did not care much about it. However, the Jade Lady Astral Court and the Arcane Guild were forces that the House of Marquis Qin had to treat with caution. He also did not expect that a small Zhuoan could be involved with such huge forces. What made Lu Yuanhua even more incredulous was that Zhuoan was now a third-grade complete arcanist at such a young age. Such a young mind-power genius must be a genius that the Arcane Guild focused on cultivating. Damn it, that bastard Zhuoan has become so difficult to deal with, and he's also an arcane genius. Really? LV Yuanhua was somewhat flustered and exasperated as he glared at Zhuoan, who was not far away. His heart was filled with anger, and in addition to anger, there was also a trace of fear. This Zhuoan's growth was too fast. In just 2 years, his second brother had taken action, but still could not deal with this difficult guy. This made Lu Yuanhua feel a chill in the depths of his heart. On the Star Peak, in a huge palace like a coiling dragon, a slender and graceful woman stood quietly in the palace. The woman's figure was graceful, like a jasmine among hundreds of flowers, swaying gracefully. There was a layer of starlight flickering on the woman's face. Through that layer of starlight, only the outline of the woman's face could be vaguely seen. From the looming outline, one could tell that she was absolutely a beautiful woman. This woman was Luo Xing, the strongest among the younger generation of the Jade Lady Star Court. It was said that her talent was so high that in the entire Muqin County, she was second only to LV Yitao, the eldest heir of the House of Marquis Qin. She was also ranked very high on the Qing Emperor list of the Qing Xian Empire. Qing Lian actually emitted starlight. It seems that there's an emergency. Luo Xing arched her eyebrows and gently stroked her arm. A ray of starlight that came straight from the sky fell lightly into the palm of her hand. Her mind was immersed in the starlight. After a while, Luo Xing's eyebrows relaxed slightly. She said to herself in surprise, "Zhuoan? Is he the guy from the low-level city that Qing Lian recommended? He's only about 18 years old, but he's already a complete grade 3 arcanist. This boy's talent is really terrifying. But this boy is really good at causing trouble." He actually provoked the two brothers, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongsheng, from the House of Marquis Qin. With that, Luo Xing gently waved her hand and left a message in the starlight. Then, she opened her hand, and the starlight suddenly turned into a ray of starlight and flew straight into the sky. "I hope Qing Lian's intuition is right," Luo Xing muttered to herself as she looked at the starlight that was getting farther and farther away. Whoosh! After a while, a ray of starlight came straight from the sky and fell directly into Qing Lian's hand. In the open space, everyone's eyes were focused on the starlight in Qing Lian's hand. Even LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua were no exception. The two of them knew that today's ending would depend on Luo Xing's attitude. Qing Lian waved her hand, and the starlight in her hand suddenly scattered out. Countless rays of starlight formed a sentence in the air. "Today's matter, I hope that the Crown Prince will give face to the Jade Lady Star Court and let it go. Luo Xing will be very grateful." Looking at the starlight in the air, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing's expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. They knew that Luo Xing had decided to protect Zhuoan. With a cold snort, LV Yongsheng fiercely glared at Zhuoan and said, "You're Zhuoan, right? You're lucky today, but you won't be so lucky in the battle for the Tower of Vitality in 2 months. At that time, I won't be lenient with you. I hope you can live a little longer in the Tower of Vitality. Zhuoan, you're just a piece of trash that relies on women. If you didn't have the protection of these people, you would be no different from a dead dog right now." Lu Yuanhua also knew that he couldn't deal with Zhuoan today, so he coldly ridiculed. "If I'm a piece of trash, then what are you? Someone who once lost to me?" Clutching his chest, Zhuoan also coldly looked at Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongsheng. Today's debt, he, Zhuoan, will remember it in his heart. In the future, he will definitely pay it back double. What a smooth-talking brat. When the Tower of Vitality opens, I hope you can be as stubborn. Third brother, let's go. LV Yongsheng indifferently glanced at Zhuowen, then pulled the somewhat furious Lu Yuanhua and left the mortal stage pavilion with a whoosh. That LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua are really too unreasonable. Relying on the power of the house of Marquis Qin, they actually ran amok in the VIP area. If it wasn't for Senior Chiu and the two ladies, Zhuowen might have really lost his life. Looking at the two LV Yongsheng brothers leaving, Gu Exin, who was supporting Zhuowen, couldn't help but angrily curse in a low voice. After all, the VIP area was set up by the house of Marquis Qin. LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua are the princes of the house of Marquis Qin. Naturally, they have a way to exploit the loopholes of the VIP area. Qing Lian slightly shook her head and somewhat helplessly said, "Young Master Zhuowen, how are your injuries? Are they serious?" Her beautiful eyes slightly turned. Only then did Qing Lian's gaze fall on the pale face of Zhuowen. Qing Lian was somewhat surprised that Zhuowen was actually able to survive LV Yongsheng's attack. "That's right. Zhuowen, how are your injuries?" Cho Cho also worriedly looked at Zhuowen and asked. Looking at everyone's concerned faces, Zhuowen reluctantly revealed a smile. Then, he only felt his vision turn black and directly lost consciousness. Chapter 352. The power of heaven and earth. Zhuowen felt like he had a very, very long dream. His mind was in a trance. Although he really wanted to open his eyelids, the intense fatigue caused his eyelids to droop, making it impossible for him to open them. Finally, after Zhuowen's mind had drifted in the darkness for a long time, a rather dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of him. Thus, Zhuowen rushed towards the light with all his might, and finally rushed into the light's embrace, slowly opening his eyes. Zhuowen looked at the plainly decorated room around him. After a slight struggle, he sat up and scanned his surroundings. Zhuowen immediately recognized that this was the small room in the mundane level loft that Rotan Armor City had been allocated. In the hall of the room, Gu Yutian, Gu Xin, and Hu Wuying were nervously looking at Zhuowen. When they saw that Zhuowen had woken up, the three of them were instantly overjoyed. "Zhuowen, you're finally awake." The three of them came to Zhuowen's side, and Gu Yutian was the first to speak. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen asked doubtfully, "Lord Gu, how long have I been unconscious for?" My injuries have all healed." After moving his limbs, Zhuowen discovered that his internal injuries had actually healed. Furthermore, he could feel that his cultivation had faintly increased. "You have been unconscious for more than a month. As for your injuries, Miss Qing Lian used a secret medicine to treat them." Gu Yutian did not hide anything as he gave a brief account of the events that had happened during the 1 month after Zhuowen had fainted. After hearing Gu Yutian's account, Zhuowen also knew that the injuries on his body had been treated by Qing Lian using a secret medicine. Ever since that incident, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongsheng hadn't come to the VIP area. "Looks like I owe Miss Qing Lian another favor." Zhuowen shook his head and said to himself with a bitter smile. He knew very well just how serious his injuries were. Even if he used a grade 4 healing spiritual medicine, it would probably take half a year for him to fully recover. However, he had recovered in just a month. Clearly, the secret medicine that Qing Lian had taken out was extremely precious. Gu Yutian and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhuowen was fine. After discussing a few more matters with Zhuowen, the three of them did not disturb Zhuowen's rest and left one after another. After Gu Yutian and the other two left the room, Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He said coldly in a low voice, "What a good LV Yongsheng. He almost killed me. If it wasn't for Senior Chiu and Miss Clear Lotus lending a helping hand, I might have already perished. That LV Yongsheng is an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He isn't someone that Lu Yuanhua can compare to. If he wants to crush you, it would be like crushing an ant." "Brat, don't be rash." Xiao He suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a somewhat serious tone, "I know that. The battle for the Origin Qi Tower is about to begin. The grudges between me and Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongsheng will definitely be resolved. At that time, even if I don't look for them, I'm afraid that Lu Yuanhua and the others will take the initiative to come to me. Zhuan's eyes flickered as he sighed. Hee hee. This Dragon Lord is more familiar with the Origin Chi Tower than you. Once you enter, this Dragon Lord will guarantee that they won't be able to find you. Moreover, there are many ancient ruins in the Origin Chi Tower. There are many good things in those ruins. After entering the Origin Chi Tower with your talent, the improvement in your cultivation will be extremely obvious. Xiaohei said with a mischievous smile. Gazing at the rather proud Xiaohei in front of him, Zhuan slightly nodded his head. After all, Xiaohei was in existence from ancient times. Regarding the Origin Chi Tower that was built in ancient times, Zhuan indeed knew more than him. Moreover, the various legends regarding the Origin Chi Tower also made Zhuan look forward to the Origin Chi Tower. After all, according to the legends, although the Origin Chi Tower was full of dangers, once one obtained some benefits from it, one would be able to soar to the heavens in the future. One's cultivation would rise steadily, and in a short period of time, one would definitely become an extremely dazzling expert in the entire Qing Xian Empire. This was also the true reason why so many genius cultivators flocked to the Origin Chi Tower like a flock of ducks. There is only 1 month left until the battle for the Origin Chi Tower. I should use this 1 month to properly consolidate my current realm. Although Zhuan was indeed looking forward to the Origin Chi Tower, he also knew that it was useless to think too much now. The most important thing was to raise his strength as much as possible. This power is... When Zhuan sat down cross-legged and silently operated the suction force of the meridians in his body to absorb the rich Origin Chi outside his body, he suddenly discovered that in addition to the golden Origin Chi in his dantian, there was also an additional gray vortex-shaped energy. This energy was only the size of a thumb and appeared extremely inconspicuous in the entire dantian. Moreover, it was constantly rotating in the form of a vortex. After careful observation, Zhuan was surprised to discover that this gray energy was like a black hole, constantly swallowing the golden Origin Chi around it. Moreover, with this continuous swallowing, Zhuan could feel that this strange gray energy was actually slowly growing, like a baby that was constantly absorbing nutrients and slowly growing. What exactly is this thing? How did it appear in my dantian? Frowning slightly, Zhuan muttered in astonishment. Kid, the gray energy in your dantian is the power of heaven and earth. It was left in your meridians when LV Yongsheng attacked you last time. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, this power of heaven and earth followed your meridians and entered your dantian. Xiaohei explained. The power of heaven and earth? What's the use of it? This gray energy has been constantly devouring the origin energy within my dantian. If I allow it to continue devouring, then I'm afraid my origin energy will really be completely exhausted. Zhuan was stunned, and he spoke without rhyme or reason. Xiaohei raised her little paw and held her forehead. She fiercely rolled her eyes at Zhuan and said unhappily, "What use is it? Kid, water must have entered your brain. Let this Dragon Lord tell you, this power of heaven and earth is very useful to you. It can be said that you've really hit the jackpot. You also know that Ultimate Emperor Realm experts use the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is a higher level of energy than Origin Chi. As long as you can control the power of heaven and earth, then all the Origin Chi in the world will listen to your command. Practitioners below the Ultimate Emperor Realm can only use the Origin Chi in their bodies, but Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioners can use the Origin Chi in their surroundings. Think about it. How can the Origin Chi in a small practitioner's body compare to the enormous amount of Origin Chi in the world? This is the main reason why Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioners are different from those of lower realms. Only when a practitioner reaches the Ultimate Emperor Realm will the Origin Chi in their dantian transform into the power of heaven and earth. Right now, you're only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner, but your dantian already has a trace of the power of heaven and earth. Do you know what this means? This means that you can easily use the power of heaven and earth in battle. and your attack power is not inferior to an ultimate Emperor Rel practitioner's. At this point, Xiaohe rolled her eyes at Zhuowen again. Her eyes were filled with resentment that Zhuowen had failed to live up to her expectations. Zhuowen's face immediately lit up when he heard this. His defense was originally extremely strong, and even an ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner like Lu Yuanhua had been helpless against Zhuowen's defense. When Zhuowen had fought Lu Yuanhua head-on, he'd been at a disadvantage mainly because his attacks were much weaker than Lu Yuanhua's. This was also why Zhuowen had been beaten up so badly. However, things are different now. A trace of the power of heaven and earth that a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner shouldn't possess had appeared in Zhuowen's Dantian. This meant that Zhuowen now had the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. With this ability, the power of Zhuowen's attacks would at least double. Looks like you've profited from a disaster. Although you were beaten up by Lu Yongsheng one-sidedly back then, that Lu Yongsheng probably didn't expect that it would actually help you and give you the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Xiaohe revealed her trademark sly smile. Furthermore, now that you have an affinity with the power of heaven and earth, you obviously meet the requirements to learn an Emperor tier armor skill. If others knew, then Ultimate Emperor Realm Practitioner could not only use the power of heaven and earth, but also use an Emperor tier armor skill. Wouldn't everyone's jaws drop? An Emperor tier armor skill could only be learned by cultivators above the Ultimate Emperor Realm. This was because every step of an Emperor tier armor skill required an extremely large amount of origin energy to be used. The amount of origin energy required far exceeded the limit of a cultivator's Dantian. If a cultivator below the Ultimate Emperor Realm tried to forcefully use an Emperor tier armor skill, they would probably die from exhaustion before they could even use the skill. Only cultivators above the Ultimate Emperor Realm who had grasped the power of heaven and earth could use the vast amount of origin energy in their surroundings to fully use an Emperor tier armor skill. Do you think an Emperor tier armor skill is something that can be bought from a street stall? Even a faction like the House of Marquis Qin doesn't have much of an Emperor tier armor skill, let alone someone like me. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and said straightforwardly, Emperor tier armor skills are indeed extremely rare in your era where the martial Dao has declined. However, in the ancient era where experts were as common as trees in the forest, I'm afraid that Emperor tier armor skills were really like street goods that could be found everywhere. The Origin Tower is an item left behind by an ancient era power. There is no lack of Emperor tier armor skills inside, Xiaohe said with a faint smile. Upon hearing these words, Zhuowen nodded his head. The Yuan Energy Tower was extremely famous in the entire Qing Xian Empire. Naturally, there would be many treasures inside for it to have such a great reputation. There is still a month before you can enter the Origin Tower. During this month, it is best for you to slowly nurture the power of heaven and earth in your Dantian. When the time comes, the power you will be able to unleash will also increase accordingly. After glancing at Zhuowen indifferently, Xiaohe directly disappeared between Zhuowen's brows after she finished speaking. There is only a month left. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.